Hello, everybody. Welcome. If you've been in here before, you know who I am. If you ain't been here before, I apologize, man. But welcome to the show. We're here. We're back live in a couple days here, trying to give the audience a little bit of a break. You know what I mean? Probably should go ahead and pre-schedule pre-live show or something. Pre-scheduled show or something like that. I do the pre-scheduling and I don't, I get to the schedule and it's time to go, Waiting on these people. Here we go. You got a turn signal going or 20 more seconds? Yeah, I'm not going to wait 20 more seconds. I can't be doing that. Anyway, welcome. If it's your second time here, appreciate you coming back. If it's your first time here, well, how you doing? Florida Swamp Monkey out here trying to deliver. If I get this one I've got, put me up to about $60 today from Uber, and then only about $21 that I've made on DoorDash. A little shitty today, but hey, that's what these tests are for. What's up, Minecraft? What's up, feeling good? How you doing, man? Welcome back. Hello. How's your day going? Pretty good. Just, another day waiting on these disabled veterans to learn that they shouldn't actually be driving. Just waiting on these disabled veterans. Oh God. I'm gonna probably have to see if I can slip this way. Just get off of this main road quicker. It's a little slower, but it's worth the increase. Oh, no, it won't even let me do it. They're too far. God damn it. I swear they did this shit on purpose. Like if there was just a little bit more room. But for some reason, they had to hover over as far as they could to the right side, even though they're probably going to go straight anyway. But for some reason, they had to hover over as far as they could to the right side. Not sure why. Now I'm gonna probably should just go straight at this point. Yeah, it's a good time to buy. That's what they say. Between now and October, the price is going to continue to go down. It's only going to get worse from here. And Shiba's kind of weird too. Like Shiba's still kind of. A few select people have the majority of the coins still. You know what I mean? It's like a handful of maybe like 12 different wallets have like half of the Shiba network. So Shiba's more like a long shot lottery ticket type of thing. But I would say it's probably not a bad idea to get like 10 million of them. Yeah, I've been buying the whole way down just because if I got the $20 to convert, I'm gonna go ahead and convert it. You know what I mean? Like 2 days later, I don't have the $20 anymore. Either way, so I've been buying the whole way down and watching my average price go down. I had an average cost of like 112,000 on Bitcoin, and now my average cost is down to like 68,000 because I've been buying so much as it's been going down. That's what some people were saying. There was another dude that was telling me that too. Probably gonna go down to a nickel. Which is bullshit because it's supposed to be the price of a bottle of water on Mars. like just flat out. Like one Dogecoin, one Dogecoin is supposed to be the price of a bottle of water on Mars. So you're telling me a bottle of water on Mars is only a nickel? It's only a nickel to get a bottle of water on Mars? That's crazy. They find some kind of water source on Mars? Like a significant one or something? But yeah, I don't know. I still feel like it's a good time to buy Doge. Anything under 10 cents for Doge is not a bad price. Because it's, it can still hit 50 cents again. That's what I'm hoping for. I'm going to try to fill up my bag as much as I can. And then I've got my fingers crossed for 47 cents. 47 cent hits. I'm gonna sell half of the bag that I built. Keep the other half in case it continues to skyrocket from there. But even that's why I think 47, 48 cents, you're beating all the 50 cents or 49 cent sales. You're beating them by just a little bit. You're still going to see about a 4x return every coin that you're buying under 10 cents. And it's crazy how much you get. Because say you buy 1,000 Doge right now, it's like $75, less than $75 for 1,000 Doge. And then you got 1,000 coins that can go up by a percentage. You got 1,000 coins that can go up by 4%, 5% a day. That you bought for $75. Damn, I'm sorry, man. I went to the movies instead yesterday. I hung out and saw a quadruple feature at the movie theater. Went and saw Young Washington. I was thinking about seeing that, so I went and seen that before it's gone. I had to go see it before they took it out of the theater. Then I went and seen The Odyssey again. I went and seen Her Private Hell, which sucked. I would not. Don't waste the 2 hours or the money. don't waste it. Don't waste any of your time or money or energy on Her Private Hell. It was stupid. It was really kind of stupid. How's your day going so far? 11 subscribers. Hell yeah. Yeah, I'm like 3 subs away from 900, which is crazy to me. I'm getting there. You know what I mean? They say that the first 1,000's supposed to be the hardest, but I feel like each 1,000's going to be just as difficult for a little while. It's almost like the first 1,000 is kind of, to some extent, it's almost easier too, because there's a lot of people that want to help you out and try to get to that 1,000. That 1,000 mark. Like that. Somebody trying to help you get from 2,000 to 3,000. It's because they actually want to subscribe. You know what I mean? Like you're moving from only 2,000 to 3,000. There's just no real incentive for the person that's subscribing. But if you're subscriber 997, you know what I mean? Oh shit, it's almost there. But yeah, 897 is crazy. But I'm gonna get going on with the channel too, trying to think of ways. I'm wanting to income to figure it out in my head. I just haven't spent the money and then actually streamed it yet. But yeah, it's a long. I gotta go all the way up to Ohio, get my PlayStation from there, and then also buy a $1,500 piece of equipment minimum. But yeah, not a bad day today. This is gonna put me up over $60. been taking it kind of slow today. Took yesterday off. Almost took today off too. It's like, yeah, it's like Monday and Tuesday, there's not a whole lot of money to make. I'll just be on, anxiety levels up, trying to make, I'm trying to make the money since I'm logged on. But, yeah, I just decided to just relax yesterday instead. It was a lot easier. But, yeah, I went seeing The Odyssey, Her Private Hell, Young Washington, and then, what's the other movie I saw? Some other, it was a good one, halfway good one. I'd have to, Moana. Yeah, I went and saw the live action Moana. Which I didn't see the regular Moana. I didn't see the cartoon form at all. I've seen it, like, through the grapevine of it being out for a while. So, like, when I saw the live action Moana, I was like, oh, okay, yeah. I'm like, alright. I already knew where the story was going to go and all that stuff. Yeah, that's what I was trying to tell you. Like, it was actually pretty good. I'm like, if they would have casted it a little bit better, it could have really been like an amazing movie. Because, like I said, they could have gave like other smaller actors, it could have been like their breakout moment to be on the Odyssey, rather than putting fucking Edward Cullen and fucking Spider-Man. They could have took two other actors that because the majority of the movie was Odysseus. You know what I mean? Odysseus and his crew and his voyage, So they had, that was the majority of their star power that they needed was just Matt Damon. You know what I mean? And then they added Tom Holland and Edward Cullen. I can't remember what his real name is. But yeah, it's like, that was my only quarrel is they could have casted it better. I think I don't know what they were thinking when they were casting everything. They were trying to make it too forward, I guess. I don't know. But yeah, that's what they do. Gotta leave it at the door. Stay over there. Stay over there. But yeah, it was nice sending like $600 to Capital One this morning. Big old chunk of change. And then right before the month ended too, sent them $600 right before the month ended. So that's like $600 less of the monthly interest charge that they'll, you know what I mean? But I think the interest still accrues daily either way. But I don't know. Either way, still paid off a big chunk. It's like a quarter of what was there. And then I got my the renewal on my pilot's license as well. Got that all taken care of. Toy. Yeah, comment from one guy's one time. He pops in, he's like, "Hey, you're an asshole. So you blew past me. I was on my side by side. And you blew past me, and then you got to the end of the road, and then blew through a stop sign too." And I'm like, okay. I'm like, right. Meanwhile, while you were on your toy, your non-registered vehicle that you had on the county road, sure, like, yeah, I had to go around you on your toy while I was working. My bad. I shouldn't have done that. You on your fucking Polaris, no tag on it. Ripping it up. And that was the other part of it. Like, I tried to pass him, go around him and pass him, and then he was speeding up so that I couldn't pass him. And I'm like, dude, you're on a fucking Polaris side by side. I'm like, like if I really have to go over 60 to pass you, I will. Like, it's not that big a deal. You know what I mean? Like, eventually I had to do that, basically. And then that's basically why it looked like I ran the stop sign. Even though I didn't, I still stopped. I just didn't stop for long because I had just passed the guy as well. It's like I just passed the guy, and then we're gonna go up the stop sign and stop for an obnoxiously long amount of time. You know what I mean? I don't know. Oh my god, no one's gonna do that. They've been doing shit like this to me all fucking week. That's why I'm really starting to hate Uber. It's really starting to piss me off. Look, 24 miles for $7. Like, who in their right fucking mind? In what vehicle? What vehicle is it gonna be worth it to spend 46 fucking minutes to make $7.50 before your gas? And it's gonna take you 46 minutes minimum, probably. That's what I'm saying. I don't know. That's why I'm really starting to not like Uber at all. Because they're already like ripping you off on the pay by time option because you're only getting paid for one direction of all your driving. You're only getting paid for one direction of it. As soon as you get the food to where you're going, then you're immediately off the clock. You know what I mean? Like, you already know. So it's like you're already getting screwed on like half of the time you spend driving and trying to make money while driving. And then Uber doesn't even want to fucking pay you for the time it takes. Like, in a market like mine, fuck the $2. Because like by the time I spend more than fucking 10 minutes on the order, I made more than $2. I had to touch my hand as much as possible there. Yeah. I'm back. I would like to be a mod. Yeah. Yeah, like I do try to make people earn it a little bit, or like give it to people that are here a lot, type of thing. Because like, I don't want to have a fuckload of moderators. I really just want like 5. You know what I mean? I get like 5 that are all on at different times, but they're on a lot at the same time, or you know what I mean. But I don't know. That's why I'm trying to change the format on the live streaming a little bit as well. Try to be live a little bit less. Close like office hours a little bit. Try to condense the amount of time that I'm even live. That kind of thing. But I don't know. I'll see how it goes. But I had people ask me all the time, can I be a mod? Can I be a mod? And then some I make them a mod and then they don't even watch anymore. And I'm like, okay. Which I get, I understand. Like, I'm not the most interesting thing to watch. You know what I mean? That's where I was like, I need to kind of maybe adjust how much I'm live. Maybe just go live at 4 o'clock. Because, I go live at 11 a.m. and then it's just dead until 4 o'clock or 5 o'clock anyway. So I was like, I'm just going to wait until about 4:30 and just go live. But it hasn't become like a routine set thing yet either. And I'm thinking about taking Mondays and Tuesdays, just not even going live on Mondays and Tuesdays, because it's not even popping enough where it's interesting, you know what I mean? And then it gives the audience days where they can go watch something else. They don't, you know what I mean? I don't know. Hard for me, but thankfully, a few minutes ago, I got a call from my boss saying I got off 1 I used to be live like 12 hours. Like when I was first going live, and trying to build an audience and everything, I was live like 12 hours a day, 6 or 7 days a week. But even that started to drain after a while. Started to drain, and then I was doing it for a good minute. But now I'm focusing more, like, I don't know, like this last week, pretty much. The week before that was like a vacation. So I didn't go live too much because I wasn't really in the best place where I could go live. You know what I mean? So I went live kind of here and there in between, you know what I mean? Just kind of put something on the channel. And then the week after that, it was like crunch time from taking a week off. So I was trying to, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and pretty much I focused on trying to make $200 a day, which I did. I ended up making like $1,100 or $1,200 last week before expenses. So really, probably still probably about $700 that I made last week. And I needed to because just had a bunch of repairs on the car, and then taking a whole week off. A whole week where I didn't do any delivering at all. Kind of really hurt. Shouldn't have done that, but it's all right. But yeah, so I don't know. That's where I was trying to just focus on driving as much as I could, because it's kind of a pain in the ass trying to juggle both the two apps. There ought to be like an app that you can cross. It's like if you just run the one app, like you could do it with streaming. How you can multi-stream to more than one platform. You download another app, and then you run through that app. That app will split the, so you live stream on the one app, and the app splits the stream, and it sends it to the other two apps. They ought to have like an app that does that with DoorDash and the Uber Eats. Because you could just have like the one app. I don't know. But yeah, it's like sitting here trying to juggle these two apps, trying to catch an order, and then realizing that this town is still just really slow. Like, I thought DoorDash was going to be a little bit more popping, but it's about as busy as Uber. And I thought DoorDash was like twice or three times as fast as Uber. Like, just the amount of orders coming in and how busy they keep you, how much they got you moving. I thought, but shit, I don't know. Here recently, it's almost like Uber's got more orders for me than DoorDash does. But I'm liking DoorDash more because, like I said, they pay by the hour. So, you know what I mean? It doesn't matter what they tip, because I'm making like $8 or $9 just in the amount of time because of how spread out everything is in my market. Like the majority of my market looks like this. So, it takes you about a half hour to get anywhere. You're looking at about fucking $8, And I was talking to my buddy who lives in Oklahoma. I was like, because I was thinking about moving out that way. Just playing music in the background while working on paramedic stuff. What happened? Copyrighted that live stream. But yeah, it's all right, man. Like I'll get out of Keppa one day, and then there's really nothing else after that. Like I'm like trying to get to early retirement. I can skip the whole housing market process and then just jump into retirement faster. Which granted, you won't have shelter, but do you really need shelter if you're planning on just like traveling and retiring and just travel? Like you just travel, like your retirement is just to travel. You know what I mean? Because you don't have to worry about a house payment or nothing. Nothing really comes out of it. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know. Like you're doing it for a woman or for your woman or for your partner, whoever. You know what I mean? Like the two of you together are working and building this house. Like you're finding somebody to play house with. You know what I mean? And I'm like, well, why do you need to buy the house to play house? You know what I mean? ultimately. I'm just like, and really, I don't want to buy the house anyway. Like, it just seems like a huge ripoff. Like, I don't know. I got the better option of maybe inheriting a house somehow or another, which that's not going to fucking happen. Like, it's more likely that I'm going to inherit a house than actually be able to buy one. And then, yeah, I don't know. I don't know how to explain it. But yeah, I'm planning on that 4% withdrawal rate in Bitcoin. And then, hopefully Bitcoin goes up at the time of the market each year that I sell or whatever. I'm selling at 4% of my stack. But then it's also the right time in the year where, like, it could go up by 4% one day. Still, it's still so small in percentages, like in the global aspect of thing, it's still so small. Like, it could move 4 or 5, 10% a day, and then I can get in the hang of selling 4% of it, because like I got such a big stack. I sell 4% of it, and then the other 96% of my stack went up by 10% anyway. So that 4% that I withdrew was invisible, ultimately, and then just use that to go anywhere in the country. Because ultimately, it's not like it actually fucking matters. You know what I mean? Like, it just gives us something to do while we're here. The government sees our life as a resource that needs to be extracted. You know what I mean? And then really, like, they're more worried about how much money I'm making than I am. And it's been that way my whole fucking life. You know what I mean? And I don't quite understand that one. It's like, they're trying to count how much money they're going to make off of me by me working in the first place. And then, it doesn't matter where I'm spending my money, because I already got the shit worked out of me to get paid to begin with. You know what I mean? And then that whole system seems a little fucked up. I don't quite understand. I don't think that's what George Washington was really aiming for. Thomas Jefferson, Benjamin Franklin, I don't think that they were really aiming for, each new generation being set up in another system of, like, being indentured servants for 30 or 40 years. I don't think that was really their intention. You know what I mean? I could be wrong. I didn't talk to them directly, but yeah, like, fucking, like, I don't know, in the movie Young Washington, he was volunteering. Like, that was the majority of the whole movie. He was working for free, just to give himself something to do. You know what I mean? It was like, and almost like, that'd be cool to do that. You're not even really worried about making money, because they're not really trying to give it anyway. So can I just work for food and a place to, like, can I just work for some quarters and a quarter of a chicken? It's just like, well, I'm gonna do this pay thing. You do this pay thing, and then you gotta get the IRS involved. It's like, no, all I'm really looking for is, like, a cot and, like a decent sandwich or, decent meal. You gotta get the whole IRS involved for whatever fucking reason. Contact the Federal Reserve, have them both agree on how much I'm supposed to be paid per hour. It's like, I don't know, it's just getting stupid, man. But no, I'll figure out a way through it, man. Like I said, if this week, I don't think I'm going to be able to replicate what I did last week. But I could still probably get, it should be at least a $500 a week. If I get 100 a day, like even just 100 a day, and I took 2 days off. I could take 2 days off a week and still make 100 a day and make 500 a week. Which is it's really like 400 a week after gas. But still, I mean, look how much energy I put into that $400. Like, just moving my ankle a little bit, basically. tapping my feet on 2 different pedals. Which that's the one side of it I can't get over. Like, if it was just a little bit more worth it, it would actually be worth it, and I would have already quit the fucking parts job. Because like I said, it's like they'll pay you for your time, but not for the labor. Or they want to pay you for the labor, but then like screw you on time. You know, it's like, you know, so if they're giving you a chunk of time, it's because they have a whole bunch of labor they're planning on for you to do. And it's like, it's really the price that you're getting paid. It's like, it's kind of one or the other. You don't get both. You know what I mean? Like, you can't have $50 of work set aside for me, and then the amount of time I'm stuck there, I only get $50 as well. You know what I'm saying? So I'm like, so then I did $100 worth of shit, and then you only paid me $50 for it. That's where my head's at now. You know what I mean? It's like, that's the way it is. Sure. $17 10 mile. Chili's and hibachi pickups. $17 10 mile. But it's a double. So it's really 2/8. But even still, 2/8 isn't bad. 10 miles, it's like the one delivery's length too. But yeah, like, that's how the job itself is getting. I'm like, dude, y'all, fuck y'all, dude. Like, do you not understand? Like, we're in an age of hyperinflation right now. Like, because that's what they think. They think the money that they're giving you is like still worth gold or something. You know what I mean? It's like, no, it's the price of oil. It's like, it's the dictation of oil prices. The dollar's backed by oil, and then they print more dollars based on the amount of oil coming out of the ground. So that, you know, it's just like, they can't. It's just like, there's more oil keeps coming out of the ground, so they just keep printing more and more fucking money. The more money they print, the less your dollar's actually worth. You know, it's like they don't actually understand inflation themselves or something. You know, it's like you're paying us in fucking peanuts. Yeah. There's some kind of strike, some other shit too. I think the teachers are on strike. One of the states, there's teachers on strike. They're trying to get a $70,000 starting pay, like a rookie teacher right out of school. $70,000. Oh, went to the wrong restaurant first. God damn it. Hope they don't give me shit. I don't want to have to go over to the other restaurant and come right back to fucking here. Alright. Oh, there is no, I can't get the name there. Yeah. Alright. I'm gonna head in there. Hopefully it's ready. Doesn't look like it is. I hope it, I don't think it's ready. This is gonna be a fun one. Okay. Woo. Yeah, I should have went to the other restaurant first, but I bet you I'm gonna get over to Chili's. It ain't gonna be ready yet either. I'm gonna get over there and lunch. Say okay, all right. Go. But yeah, I tried to tell you, man, Odyssey was pretty good. Like, I never even, like, read the Odyssey. Like, I knew a little bit about it from, like, history class. You know what I mean? You've heard about the Trojan horse and the Trojan War and all that, and you've heard about it, but, like, seeing somewhat of a depiction of the story was pretty cool. Like, you know what I mean? Like I said, there's certain parts, man, you don't even think about. Like, you know, like, I don't know. I didn't quite understand, you know, like they were inside of that horse for days, you know, like before that even happened. It was a big, huge thing. It's crazy that they didn't search it harder to see if there were people inside of it, you know, because it almost, to me, it's like, come on now, somebody's in there. Somebody's in there. But I don't know, like, we were like, you know, we just came out of caves and stuff, too, so, like, it completely makes sense for mankind to do something like that, too. It's like, it's not just, I don't think it's like I don't think it's a story. Like, it actually did happen. You know what I mean? Or maybe, I don't know, maybe it's a story, and then maybe through it being a story, we were able to, like, go past that to, like, start with, but I don't know. Anyway, I wasn't there. Be right back. Okay, all right. It was ready. I just had to wait, get her attention. They kind of need two people. Like, you know how it is. It's like nowadays you got to have 27 employees, and they all got to get paid $30 an hour. You know. Yo, how's it been going the last few days? Pretty good, Fred. Don't understand how the music thing works. Seen people play music flat out your lives with no problems. Yeah, I think it's AI. Either it's AI or they just say fuck it. They're not monetized. They're just doing it for fun. They're probably trying to build up a subscriber count, so they're just like, you know, whatever, fuck it. Like any number of reasons. But I do know you can't even you can't even collect nickels in a hat if you got enough copyrights. You can't even have like a hat on the ground trying to collect pennies in this bitch. But they might have just said fuck it because they're trying to get to a subscriber count. Like Reckless Ben, the Lego guy, he got demonetized a couple of different times. It's just part of it, getting a copyright strike and then having a year where you can't make any money off your channel. But at least you don't get your whole channel banned all the way together. Like, I don't know. So how's that historical event, the Trojan horse thing? Oh, the Odyssey, the movie The Odyssey. Yeah, it was pretty good, man. I would recommend seeing it. They did a pretty good job on it, I think. There was parts of it they could have. Like, my only quarrel with it is they could have picked other actors that weren't already like super duper A-list. They could have took people that were more on the up and coming, put them in the movie to give them more of a spot, because it could have been a career-changing movie for him. Whereas for Tom Holland, it's just another movie on his resume. You know what I mean? But it could have been really like somebody's breaking point to be who I forget what his name was in that movie. Young Washington was good too. I really liked Young Washington. It makes me think: is there going to be a sequel? Is there going to be a middle-aged Washington and an old Washington too? Because it was like he was really young. That's like the part of it. It was like I was like, damn! Like there was a good chunk of the movie. He wasn't even 18 years old yet. So I was like, oh shit! Is it going to be like young Sheldon? Like is that young of a Washington? It's like young Washington. It's like fucking. He's like 11 the whole time, But no, they did eventually make him grow up, and it was the battle against the French in the Ohio Territory in 1755. Where he built Fort Necessity, and they were trying to tell him like he was trying to tell the other generals. I don't want to give the whole movie away. But he was trying to tell him, like, look, the fighting is different. He's like, it's not, you can't just line up in a straight row. We're not fighting like that anymore. He's like, you got to kind of like, it's guerrilla warfare. You got to like use the trees for cover. We're not just fighting out in the middle of a field in lines. It's like we're fighting like to the death, not like for a presentation or an order thing. Like, it was really kind of stupid, like, that we ever fought like that. We fought so many wars, like, with the British just getting lines and being shot at, just like lining up shoulder to shoulder. Like, I can't believe, you know what I mean? Think about for how long, like, the warfare developed into that. And, like, I guess it became more of a civilized warfare, I guess, through the Europeans fighting each other. It turned into that. And then with us, us coming in and the natives coming into the picture, it turned into more of like brutal, do anything to save your land type of thing. But yeah, like he was trying to tell the other generals, the English, basically, he's trying to tell them, he's like, yo, you can't just be here like a sitting duck. He's like, the big open field is for artillery. The men are in the woods. It's like, but it's just fascinating to kind of like watch, sort of, even though it's a fictitious rendition of it, you know what I mean? But it wasn't, I mean, it was about probably 30 minutes of the movie. He was like less than 12 years old. But it was just them opening up the movie, introducing it, his dad dying. Like the beginning of the movie was at his dad's funeral. And his mom's all pissed off at him because, he wants to do more than just be a farmer. And the British, they don't want to give him any kind of luck, or nothing, because he was born in the Providences. He wasn't born in England. He doesn't have any kind of noble birth. He doesn't have 1,000 acres to his name. He was just like a nobody at the time. It was pretty propaganda-y. I mean, it was an American-made film about our first president. It was pretty, there was a lot of things that were really, propaganda-y. But it was more like anti-England than it was pro-America. Anti-King George. But yeah, like George Washington, man, he was like one of the best horsemen in like the whole state of Virginia and stuff like that too. Like he was a man of his stature. There was like a presence to him. Yeah, and the Moana was pretty good too. Like the Rock as Maui, it made sense. It made complete sense seeing it in live action. I didn't see the cartoon. I only saw the live action. I think the live action was pretty good, man. There was a lot of singing, like a lot of Disney animated movies. It's just like they go from song to song to song to song. You know what I mean? I was like, man, you could have just told me the story without having to make a 4-minute song real quick. Just give me half the story in this song. Half the story in the first 2 minutes of the movie in this song. I'm just gonna pull over and let this guy go. It'll be alright. I got a guy like 4 feet off my bumper. I don't know if y'all can see him in the rear view. No, you can't. But he's like right there. Like, granted, I'm going like miles over the speed limit and faster than the majority of people that go down this road. Majority of people that go down this road, they go 35 down this road. They don't know that it's 45. And then, like, I'm going like 52, and then this dude's like still like 2 feet off my bumper behind me. Like, I get it, you know what I mean? He's probably trying to like draft, trying to save some gas or something. I don't know. But I don't really need, I don't really have the money where he could be sipping off of my gas tank either. So I'm just gonna slow down. George Washington, no, he was just a general. He was like, he was a general he was like his whole life, he was a military man. And he fought up through the ranks and just like he kept wanting promotion after promotion after promotion, willing to do whatever, even for no pay. Like willing to work willing to do military work and then not even get paid for it. Which I don't think that they can do nowadays. Like, I was almost thinking about it. Like, when I was watching the movie, I was like, I wonder if they would let me do that. Like, I could just volunteer. They wouldn't have to pay me. Like, because really, I just need something to do. I really don't even, like, because, like, in the same thing as Washington, it's like, it's not even really that he needed money. He just had a life, and he wanted to do something, Like, just like, it wasn't even really like he needed money. He had 250 acres to maintain. You know what I mean? But he wanted to do something other than just watch his land, That's kind of where I'm at. Like, I'm not even interested in it. It doesn't do anything. The only reason they allow me to make money is to count how much money they're making off me while I'm doing that. That's what I thought, man. Like, I don't know. It's like, to be jobless. I get certain things that'll be subsidized from me being homeless, whereas if I work and buy a home, then those things I would have to pay for as well. which I know it sounds stupid, and ain't it stupid? You know what I mean? Like, it's like, see, like you work harder to work harder to work harder, almost. You know what I mean? And me, it's like I just would rather just be Buddhist. You know? Like the longer I go living in the car, the more it shows me how little I actually need to live. If I can make it a year, then, you know, I might as well go ahead and do 5. If I can do 5, then I might as well just go ahead and do it forever. And think about all that time and money that I saved by doing that. You know, it's like, it just seems like a win-win. I can't go that way. There's got to be another way to go. Yeah, and that's true too. That's something I would really kind of want to do too. Like, that's the problem. It's like I don't know. It's like I say, like, is there any good corporation? Is there any company that's actually like a good company to work for? Like, fuck, like even the U.S. military is not really like a good thing to work for. Ultimately, it's really not. You know, it's like, you know, but that's where like half of our nation's money goes to the military. So you might as well, you know what I mean? You might as well just go work for the military, because it's like that's where all the money's going. You know, it's like, then you come out of the military and then you're like on a pedestal above every other civilian, whether you did 180 days or whether you did 30 years. You're a veteran. You have veteran status for the rest of your life, which helps you on employment, you know, future employment. Let's say it's all kind of rigged towards the military. It's kind of fucked up in a way. Like, still to this day, they have us set with like this cannibalistic pervert mindset, you know, of like warfare first, you know, because like I said, that's where all the money is. All the money is in the military, ultimately, you know. It's like the only reason they, you know, like, I don't know. The only reason, I don't know. I don't know how to explain it. I'm not saying it the right way. I don't have the words for it. But it's a little bit ridiculous, man. Like, how many more thousands of years are we going to need to do this? Right, Chile's. Can't even see. Can't even tell. There we go. This one. And then all, you know, like, I don't know. The majority of the women just want to be trad wives still anyway. It's kind of, you know. Yeah, yeah, but I don't, man, it's like at the same time, we're also going through this hyperinflation thing too, so it's, you can't really get too comfortable at any one place, because they're gonna fuck you after a while. Like, the way the minimum wage just recently went up here in Florida, you got people that have been working at McDonald's for like 4 years. You know, they've been working at McDonald's and fighting and climbing up in the ladder, you know, going from, you know, shift lead to assistant manager to GM, you know what I mean? And the way the minimum wage just went up, they're like roughly making about the same as if they were just a crew member. So now they did all that hard work to become, an assistant manager, and then the minimum wage jumped up so much, and then they don't reimburse you on your pay. You know what I mean? Like, minimum wage goes up $3, then your wage should go up $3 as well, kind of, sort of. You know what I mean? But no. So, like, you got hired on, they were paying you $8.25, right? And minimum wage went up at the same time you got a promotion. So you got a promotion, and then minimum wage went up. So then now you're working the new position while still getting the minimum wage pay, because that was your pay increase. But you took it because it's supposed to lead to other opportunities and everything. You know what I mean? It was like, it's a stepping stone thing. But yeah, the whole time you're thinking you're going over these stepping stones, and then you could have just been chilling and would have made 15 eventually anyway. That was an easy 17 bucks right there. I'd say the hardest part was Chili's. But man, they got me running right now, dog. So was that 60, and then that was another 16, which is like $77 or something like that. And I've been kind of taking it easy. I didn't real early. Just took it easy. Hung out. Got a Frosty. Hung out in the Wendy's parking lot. Ate a Frosty. Went, got a Taco Bell order. Taco Bell took a minute, so I got my own. Oh, Taco Bell has $1 Mexican pizzas today. If y'all don't know. But you gotta use the app. Use the app. They got $1 Mexican pizzas. But yeah, it's for $1 you're kind of getting $3 or $4 worth of food for $1, sort of. But yeah, like, what's $1 anyway, man? $1's a banana. It's like, $1 is a banana. One banana. Shit, like banana trees, man, they grow fast as fuck, bro. You be making some money watching bananas grow. They're $1 a piece now. Holy fuck. You have a small field of bananas and be looking at 20 grand. It's just a small ass little field of bananas. And then shit, I think it'd take like 3 months. You'd be getting like 80 grand a year off of 4 harvests of banana. Harvests. Clitorises. Clitori, right? I don't know. Clits. Clitorises. And then clitoris doesn't sound like if there was like an evil version of Santa Claus Clitoris would be like one of the names of his reindeer. Clitoris and syphilis. Away! Evil Santa Claus's reindeer. Clitoris. Yeah. And that's like Fred, man, that's just how it is, man. Like the company, like they, even if they're friendly towards you, you know, it's still, they're just kind of like, you're just a resource to them. Even if you were to make it to like vice president in the company, like, well, somebody's got to do this job, a vice president, you know, I don't know. It's like, well, granted, you're a little bit more to the company as a vice president, but still, like, they just kind of, you know, there's a lot of jobs, a lot of companies, they just need somebody with a pulse that is actually going to be working while they're there. You know what I mean? Nowadays, it's just, they need somebody with an actual pulse that'll show up on time, or at least on time 90% of the time, and then actually works about 80% of the hour. You know what I mean? You can be on time 90% of the time and work for about 80% of the hour, each hour. You're a good employee nowadays. You should be considered a good or a great employee for showing up, you know, giving 75% of yourself for 80% of an hour. Or let's say, you know, let's make it round numbers, 75% of yourself for 75% of an hour. There's 15 minutes of every hour you're not actually working. You know what I mean? And that's fair. That's the way the system should be built. Employers should already know that at least 15 minutes out of the hour you're not going to actually be working. It should just be built into the metrics of everything. If they don't have that built into the metrics, they're fucking stupid. You know, like, you're fucking stupid. You're like, you know, we don't even have lizard people in charge then, apparently. You know, it's like you didn't think we'd want to fucking bullshit on the clock, you know? You didn't build that into the system. We have X amount of time each hour, which, granted, I bet we do. They just don't openly say it, because if they were to say it, you'd bullshit even more. You know what I mean? But yeah, it's like, I don't know, man. It's like, how you gonna tell me we got lizard people in charge, and this thing is just as retarded as if a monkey would have been in charge? Damn, man. If only they would have took the cheese, man. If they would have just took the cheese. That's what they should have done. I don't know why Odysseus was like, hey, you know, let's wait for the guy to get home. We'll go ahead and we'll just welcome him when he gets home. They should have just took a big-ass bag of cheese and hauled ass. The giant, he would have never even realized one bag of cheese was missing. You know what I mean? If he even did. And if one bag of cheese is missing, the way his island was, he wouldn't have known what the fuck, you know, like, who the hell or what the hell ever, you know, what did that? You know, there's nothing on this island but me and my sheep, and one of my bags of cheese is gone. You know what I mean? Or if they would have took 5 bags of cheese, I don't think the thing would have even noticed. He had a whole bunch of cheese, man. I don't know why they couldn't have just took the cheese and went back, got on the boat and left, you know? No, instead, let's hang out and have a party until the owner gets home. He won't mind that we're intruding into his house. Like, could you imagine that? Like, you come home from work, you come home from work, and then there's like a whole bunch of people in your house, like just partying. And they're like, you know what, man? Hey, there's pizza rolls in the microwave for you. We knew you was gonna be home. We got the pizza rolls heated up for you. There's just like 12 people just partying in your house, like not like a party, but just like, just like 12 dudes all hanging out. A couple chicks hanging out, drinking some beer. There's a little pool table or some shit. But yeah, you come home, there's a bunch of people partying at your house, people you don't even fucking know. Like, not even like an old friend from high school or something. He showed up with a bunch of other old friends from high school, and they literally broke into your house, and then they're doing a surprise party for you. You know what I mean? It'd be a little different. You'd still be a little pissed off. Like, you broke into my house. But yeah, we broke this window right over here. Like, we literally broke the window. But we all chipped in to buy another one. We've already, there's $400 right there to get another window. And like, windows are like, fucking multiple $1,000 now. It's like, yeah, we chipped in $100. I'm gonna buy another window. That's all it is, man. It's like every job is a pyramid scheme. And it's some of the people that are running for fucking like some of the politicians that are running, their little signs that they got around here. Shit, I think I got a better name. It'd be easier for me to get votes with the name that I got, I bet. Some of these names, you got these ladies that like have like ultimately no fucking experience. And then, they're gonna get voted in because they got a bunch of fundraising to buy all these signs and shit, so they got all this fucking propaganda all over town. Vote for, da-da-da-da-da. And it's just a halfway decent looking woman that, she looks like she should be selling houses, and, instead she got into politics, and, she's got all these signs everywhere, so people are gonna know her name, and when they see her name on the ballot, she's gonna get the vote, because she had all the money to afford all these signs every fucking where. It's the dumbest shit ever. I guarantee you that's how it's going to play out, too. This lady that, had some multimillionaire funder, because the multimillionaire, she's going to pass there's a certain bill. If she gets the spot, there's a certain bill, and then she votes yes on that, and so she's got $1 million for some propaganda, some signs to throw everywhere, and then she gets this job, and more or less, she's a stay-at-home wife as it is, and she's just bored and wants something else to fucking do besides fuck around at the HOA meetings. She wants to feel like she's got a position of power or something, so she's gonna run for a county commission seat too, or whatever. You know what I mean? It's like, it's the dumbest fucking thing, man. Like, it doesn't even look like you really need experience to be a county commissioner. Like, this one guy says, veteran businessman, and I'm like, well, I'm thinking technically a businessman, technically, I'm like, you know what I mean? Like, anybody that works for a business is a businessman. Like, you know what I mean? Like, even if you work at AutoZone, you're a businessman for AutoZone. It's like I don't know how that's really a selling point for our local politicians, is that he's a businessman. I'm like, that's who we don't want as a politician, though. You know, it's like, you know, we don't need politicians that are just a bunch of businessmen. We need politicians that are like real human beings. Humans, you know, a politician that like had to live on food stamps at one point in their life. That's who we need to be a politician. You know, not somebody that like milked the system and is on food stamps for 80 years. No. But, you know, somebody that's like had to stick their hand out and ask for favors, you know, like not, you know, I don't know. You know, it's like, that's what we need. We don't need fucking PTA moms that are bored because their kids grew up, so now they're trying to get into politician, you know, and they want to get on the school board, you know, or it's like the dumbest shit. I'm watching it go on right here, right now, you know. Fucking, yeah. It's really gonna be Gavin Newsom versus fucking JD Vance for the next president, you know. And if we get lucky, it won't be Gavin Newsom on the one side. You know, if we get lucky, we might get lucky and see someone besides Gavin Newsom or Kamala Harris. We might be able to vote a decent Democrat into office, but they don't ever give us one. Yeah. So it's like, you don't want to vote for the Republican either, but, you know, you don't want to have the Democrat in there fucking up the shit that Republicans have been trying to do, you know. Like, but yeah, like, they always put like the dumbest candidate on the one side, or both sides. Like South Park, you know, like I think I was like 11 years old or so. I don't know exactly how old I was, but that episode where the giant douche versus turd sandwich, and I already knew it was like that before that episode of South Park. Like I was already, you know, this like one of the things that made it funny, me watching as an 11-year-old, was I was like, oh yeah, this is so true. I was like, even on like a school election for like a mascot or something, it's like bullshit or chicken shit, you know? Well, I guess we're gonna have to go with bullshit because chicken shit smells worse, or we're gonna go with chicken shit because it's easier to clean up than bullshit, or I don't it's like it washes away faster. I don't know. What animal shit do you think would make the best ice cream? Pretty much that's our elections. Go kind of. But yeah, I don't know, man. It's like I said, I don't think we've had a decent president my entire life. I'm still waiting to see if we can get a decent president at some point in my life. Would be nice. There's supposed to be a movie coming out where Jeff Bridges, you know, the dude from The Big Lebowski, right? The dude. He's gonna play Ronald Reagan. Dumb and Dumber, you know, I guess the dumber one on Dumber and Dumber. Was it was Jeff Bridges in Dumber? I think he was, right? Jeff Bridges was in Dumber and Dumber. I don't know. But yeah, he's gonna play Ronald Reagan. They're gonna make some movie about Ronald Reagan and Charles Stoltz. I was like, okay, looks pretty interesting. Oh, wrong restaurant. But yeah, I don't know, man. It's like I'm buying a house. It kind of they got it where it helps them more than it helps you nowadays. Like any you know, like I can't find any kind of housing situation where I don't know, I can't quite explain it, man. Can't find a housing situation where I can live free and independently the way that I'm thinking, the way that I'm planning to in my head. That is no longer an option. There's only this, you know, this route of corporation and commercialism that you just got to be stuck on this route here. Either you find some place you can work 40 hours a week, or you try to find a way to work for yourself, and then you end up working 90 or 100 hours a week. And then, you know, and then you got the possibility of only making like $1.75 an hour. You're working 90 hours a week trying to do your own thing instead of just fucking playing stupid at McDonald's. Like a monkey's only got to do what a monkey's got to do. Alright. I can't tell if it's ready or not. I don't know. One of the things I hate about Uber, man, they gotta learn how to work a fucking clock a little bit better. I feel like I knew how to work a clock better my senior year of high school than Uber does. And it's a fucking global corporation, you know, like software engineers and everything, you know, people built. Hello. Thank you, ma'am.
Have a good night.
You too. All right, Uber got the timing right on that one. As I was just bitching about. It's like I feel like I know how to work a clock better in fucking 12th grade than Uber fucking still can. Yeah, I was watching a short today. It was a doctor. This lady, she get her first paycheck as a doctor since becoming a doctor. And she was looking at her pay, $39 an hour. Like, granted, she didn't say what kind of doctor she was, or whatever, but she works at a practice. You know what I mean? I don't think it's her own private practice, but I think she's more or less one of the, you know, one of the other doctors. The third name on the wall, the third name on the door, doctor type of thing. But yeah, it's like she made $2,200. After taxes, it was like $1,754. I did the math real quick using the numbers that she provided, and then after taxes, she's only making $24 an hour. So she's supposed to make $39, and she's a doctor. Really, I feel like $39 isn't quite enough, because like you can make $15 to play stupid at McDonald's. So you're only making about double what a McDonald's worker makes to be a doctor. You know, maybe a little bit closer to 2.5 or 3. Realistically, it's kind of closer to 2.5. But still, like, you're a doctor and you only work twice as much as a McDonald's employee. I didn't know that. I didn't know. Like, what? Glad I didn't waste time trying to become a doctor. Like, fuck, they don't value your time at all then. And then, like I said, after taxes, that $39, the way she's getting taxed, she's only getting $24 an hour. Which I'm like, okay, so you might as well just work overnight at a warehouse. Then you wouldn't have to worry about putting yourself $80,000 per year of school in debt to come out and only make $25 an hour anyway. You know? Yep, could lose money or do very well, yeah. Or you could do just about the same anyway. You know what I mean? If you really get the business going, get some wind in the sails, you got a good business idea, and you're running with it, you're pulling a good, say you're pulling $5,000 a month out of a business that you made yourself. I'd say you're doing all right, even though some people would disagree. But I'd say if you're making more than $1,000 a week and you're your own boss doing your own thing, and then say you've also got it set up to where you've already kind of figured it out, you're only running like 2 or 3 days a week. The business pretty much runs on autopilot. You have to do your thing. You do whatever the job of the business is. But, just like 3 days of actual labor once you got it already fucking rolling. 3 days of actual labor and you pull $1,000 out of the machine that you built. But the thing is like you got too many people that are making like over $100,000 a year themselves, and it's still not enough. That's why, so many other countries hate us. We look like we're a wealthy country, but we're really not. It's wealth that's been accrued over time, and in each new generation adding on to that over time. It's not really that we're wealthy at all. It's been a lot of hard work that's gone in the infrastructure around us, which I don't really know what they were doing in all these other countries all around the rest of the world. Just like I don't know what the fuck's going on. Like I said, it's not even really that we're wealthy. It's generation after generation after generation of years and years of hard work that's gone into the land. Yeah, it's all bullshit. You know what I mean? It's like, it really doesn't matter what you do. They just want you to be doing something. And then at the same time, they're going to try and bark at you to get you to do more than what you're already trying to do. Like, it's never enough. It's like, it doesn't matter. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know. I could end up being an astronaut. My parents would still be mad to say, well, you still wasted the first half of your life, you still wasted. It's like, yeah, but I'm an astronaut now. Like I'm literally like, I'm a ditch digger on Mars. Like I'm a grave digger on Mars. That's cool. That's cool as fuck. Like you know what I mean? It's just like, it doesn't matter. It's like, the way I see it, I'm already halfway done. I got halfway through basically just bullshitting, so I feel like I can get the other half of the way by continuing what I've already done. Even if I'm calculating the wrong way and I'm not, I don't know that this is really the halfway point, even if it is faster than I'm thinking, I still made it this far basically just bullshitting. It's like, well, everybody's like worried about, what am I gonna do? Or, fuck, I'm not even really worried about it. Like, fucking, it doesn't matter anyway. Like, I'm only going to be here for so long. Hopefully I don't have to come back. A couple of my friends have a cleaning business. Just the two of them. Cleanliness to me. Most of the work. Or a couple people even, like, you get one person that's really good at it, you talk them into being, they run their own crew. You got one person that runs it, they're in charge of 3 other people. You got 4 people going and busting out this house. You know what I mean? And certain people are good at certain things as far as cleaning. Somebody might like doing kitchens. Somebody might like doing the bathroom. Somebody might like doing outside stuff. But yeah, get a whole crew of people doing cleaning. Yep. Oh yeah, I've seen so much of that shit at Amazon too, dude. There'd be people, they'd come in and they'd work somewhere for like 3 months, and then they'd get some sweet spot in the factory, just like sitting there with a jam pole. Just, they could stand there with a pole and then unhook boxes as they go down this conveyor belt. They basically, like, it's a whole 4 or 5 hour shift just standing there with a pole. Maybe 15 minutes of work in a whole 5 hour shift. But yeah, it's like all about who you know. It's like, I say this a lot too. It's like the world runs on looks, and then after looks, likes. The world literally runs on looks and likes. You can work as hard as you want. You can work as hard as your body is able to. But if you can't get people to like you at the same time, or you don't look good while you do it, or you don't look good just in general, like you're not somebody they want to put up front, customer person type of person, like very good, charismatic person that they want to have up front. You're an upfront person. You're not a troll that, they want to have in the back. So it's like, it doesn't matter. You can work hard. You could tear yourself in half and have both halves of you working harder than the whole, and it still doesn't matter if you can't get people to like you. If you can't get people to like you, you're doing all that work for like absolutely nothing, just to kill yourself faster, because people just don't like you to begin with. And that's been what my life, I've just got to the point where now I've accepted it, and now the world's like even more butthurt. You know what I mean? Because I'm like, well, fuck y'all. Y'all don't even like me anyway. Y'all are waiting for me to get the fuck out of the way. That's all I'm trying to do at the same time. It's like, fuck. I can't tell you how many times I've gone before doctors and I've told them that, like, dude, like, like maybe I should just join the military and then I can get some kind of, I'd be easier to get disability. Not even actually have anything wrong with you. But nowadays, like, I don't know, the way that technology and shit, like, you could just sit in your basement uttering fucking nonsense at your phone, and you'd be making millions of dollars for the government. You don't even fucking realize. The idea is that you're spitting into your phone and they're being recorded and written down, like, not written down, but they're being recorded and, computed somewhere. Every idea you think of, as the moment you spit it out, you can create words that are describing the picture that you have in your head. I mean, all of it is. I mean, really, in a bigger picture, like, the business of America is business. And like, so it's like we're in a country that's business minded, business forward, business first. And like, what good did that really do? I don't quite understand. Can we like ease up on the business now? Like, I don't know. It's just like we can kind of like put it into first gear or like neutral at this point. Just let the system run. That's pretty much what they do. Is just kind of, you know, just let the system run its course, and people will live their lives regardless. But everybody's bitching about, you know, the price of this and the price of that and the food this and, you know, the price of this. But it's crazy, you know, people still have $200 shoes on. People are still going on vacation. It might not be as much of a vacation, but they're still able to go on vacation. You know, they still save up enough money to run away for a little bit. Still wearing $200 shoes. Still got our $200 watches on our wrists. Still going out to eat at least once a month or more. Like, I don't know. It'll hit hard when food, you know, the food cost goes up high enough. People actually start losing weight. You'll start to see people actually getting skinnier and stuff. Like, we're bitching already, and we're not even losing weight yet. You know what I mean? We're just, you know, we're having to tighten the strings up a little bit more, do a little bit more creative budgeting, but we're not really getting skinnier yet. So I think we got a long way to go. That's it. But I don't know. Like I said, I don't know if I'm gonna be able to buy a house, because I can't do it by myself. And then there's not even an option. Like, the single wide trailer option that used to be a thing is now living in your car, and now that's van life. There's no like single wide trailer option anymore. It's just, that's van life now. They got rid of that as an option. Yeah, like, I don't know, it's even like, even buying a house is like it's all propaganda. You know what I mean? Like, it's our government spreading propaganda that like helps the housing market even still exist like it does. Like, you know, don't get me wrong, like, I'd love to buy a house if I could find one for like under $150,000 that ain't just like, you know, something that needs $50,000 worth of work. You know, then like a smaller option for like under 100,000 somehow. I don't really need cathedral ceilings, and, you know, oh yeah, exactly. Yeah, it's crazy how many cops you see with tattoos and shit nowadays. Yeah, exactly. Full sleeves. Like, for a while it was firefighters. You would see firefighters starting to get tatted up, mad tatted firefighters. Yeah, now you got the cops doing it too. And then the cops, they still use tattoos as roach clips. You know what I mean? Like, it's like roach clips. Like, certain things they profile you. They profile you with, you know, like bad teeth, tattoos on the neck or the face, excessive piercings. You know what I mean? Certain things that they profile you with, and they like roach clip you. You know, and they're like, oh, this dude's just a roach anyway. You know, like they'll see you got 3 different pair of roach clips on you, 3 different identifiers that make you a roach. You know, you don't even realize it. To you, it's just outcast society or whatever, you know, black label society, whatever you want to call it, you know. But yeah, to the police, It's, you know what I mean? It's fucked up, man. But I don't know, at least the communism is changing. The communist side of the democracy is slowly starting to change too. But I don't know, man. It's like if I don't buy a house, I'll be that much closer to retirement. And then in retirement, I'm not sure if I really need a house. What good is a house gonna do me? Because I plan on like renting, you know what I mean? I plan on like being in second and third world countries, like spreading my wealth, the money that I did accrue through working here as an American. I'm trying to save it rather than just buying some bullshit like this, like buying some bullshit like that, putting the money back into the hands of somebody that's already got a lot of money here in America, you know, and they get richer off of my back. Which, you know how the system works, you know what I mean? But it's, I don't know. It's like, why even buy a house? Why even pay rent? I don't understand. Like you're born free. You don't owe nobody rent. You know what I mean? You don't have to, you don't have to pay nobody rent just because you're alive. Well, this is what I was talking about earlier. This is guy right here running for school board. I guess he's running for school board. This dude over here. We got a U.S. veteran / businessman for Marion County School Board, District 2. It's like, so what do you know about the education system? You're a businessman. You know what I mean? Like, what is it? How does that qualify you for being on the school board? Like, you're into land development, you know, like you're a manager, you're a floor manager. I don't understand. What do you know about education? You know what I mean? I don't know. And then he's probably going to win too, because he's got all kinds of signage everywhere. People know this guy's face now at this point. You know what I mean? Like he's got signs like that all over the county. So when people see his name on the ballot, they already know his name from driving around the city. So he's probably going to win because he's got all this propaganda everywhere. And then I don't know who's running against him for District 2. You know, there might be some other person that's running for school board, but they're probably running in another district. Somebody else that's got money for signage like that. They're probably running for District 4 while he's running for District 2. So all the money that's being spent to get them to win, it's all, you know, it's not gonna be for a loss. There's no money in that. That's the thing. You gotta ask, like, there's no money. There's no money that you could make. There's no money made in that. There's no money in it. Where's the money in it? Where, you know, but the thing is, like, where's the money in that though? You know, it's like, I don't know why that's such. I really don't understand it. It's stupid. It's like it doesn't really matter. The amount that they're willing to give me for the amount of work that they're wanting out of me, it's not worth that energy. The amount of energy that they're looking at me to give them for the amount of, you know, paper that they're going to give me back. Why? Just, you know, just like for what? I don't know, man. Yeah. But now I'm trying to be Buddhist, get myself out of credit card debt, and then I'm probably going to cut how much stuff I have. I'm probably going to cut that down even more. How much stuff that I actually have and carry with me. Get out of credit card debt, not be a debt slave, And then seriously, like, it's not gonna be hard to make $50 a day on Uber. It's like, it's really not. And then no rent. Like, I don't take half of that 50 and give it to somebody else for a place to stay. Another $12 just ringing through now. But yeah, I'm really wanting to sell some Bitcoin. I got to get a hardware wallet. I was looking into getting a loan. And now to get the loan, I need a hardware wallet. I got to get a hardware wallet, another hardware wallet, just for USDC, because the hardware wallet that I've got only supports Bitcoin, Dogecoin, Ethereum, and Litecoin. And one other, I'm not sure if it's XRP or Solana, but it only supports like 5 cryptos. So I got to get a whole nother wallet that has a USDC coin on it, so I can have that when I get the loan. It's a place for them to send the USDC coin. Like, I'll send them my Bitcoin, they lock it up. I don't know if they collect escrow on it from somewhere else, or they rehypothecate it, or whatever goes on with that. But the percentage on the loan went down. It was on 11%. Now it's down to 8.5%. So it's that much better. I can get a loan for 8.5% against my Bitcoin as collateral, but I need to buy a whole nother wallet, basically. So it's like a $200 expense. And to do all that, I really need a computer. I don't trust my phone to do that. But I'm totally thinking about it. With the market being down right now, I could pull out a loan against my Bitcoin, and it's only going to be more worth it a year from now. Put it on an 18-month time horizon, and then be ready to pay it off, hopefully next year. And if I still don't have the money together, I've got another 6 months. Like, I'll know next July I've got to get the money together, or have it together, or even I can put up another little piece of my Bitcoin as collateral to get the other piece of my Bitcoin back, which is the real plan. But I have to get a whole nother wallet for USDC. I don't know why they did it that way. Last time I was able to send it directly into an exchange, which saves a step, because all I'm going to do, I send it to a wallet, and then I need to send it from a wallet to an exchange to exchange it for US dollar, and then take the US dollar and send it to my bank account. They're basically creating a whole extra step. It's stupid. But yeah, it's whatever. I'll figure it out. I'll get there. Yeah, and at the same time, like, we can't revolt anymore either. We're past the age of that. Like, there's some movie coming out about that too, about the King of England getting overthrown. Some kind of movie about the King of England getting overthrown through taxation, and the commoners were just like, you know what? Nope, that's enough. We've given you enough. We're done. But we can't do, you wouldn't be able to do nothing like that today. Too many people, we're too stuck on our little path, like everybody's on their own little, you know what I mean? It's not like you couldn't get people to revolt like that. You see it in some cities, like you can, like half, you can get not even half the city, but you can get, somewhat of the city revolts, but then here comes the police and the fucking National Guard and the army, and eventually the crowd disperses and goes back to their lives. You can't. There's nothing we can do now. They're too almighty at this point. The only hope that we really have is for like an average citizen to actually become a politician and like work all the way up and become a president. That's like the only hope that we actually have, is like for somebody that's like an actual U.S. citizen to like move all the way to presidency. But even still, they can only change so much, because it's like a lot of the stuff has like already been in place for years. It's grandfathered in. It's part of the system now. Like after about 25 years, it's, you know, it's been a law for so long, people just accept it. It's just, that's just the way it is. And if you were to be the president, it's going to go back and rewrite something that Reagan did, or unwrite, you know, you're gonna change, you know, the Nixon, you know, how he closed the gold window, and you're gonna go back and rewrite that, change that back to, you know, you can't. It's already been this way for so long. You know, it's like you wouldn't be able. We can't go backward. We can only go forward from here. And really, the way it is, I don't think a pawn can become a king. The way that they've got it now, I don't think a pawn can become a king anymore. That was kind of the reason our nation became a nation, you know, like the whole thing with like George Washington, like part of the movie, you know, like even like we live in a world where, you know, it's not a fair world. It's very unjust, but we still live in a world where a pawn can take a king. You know, like it does happen. A pawn can take a king in this world, but it's not today. I don't see it how it happens today. You know, it's like, I don't know. Yeah, you'd have to, because I don't know. Nobody really makes it as an independent party, you know, or a libertarian party. There's actually 3 parties in America. There's a libertarian party as well. And usually when we get a libertarian candidate, they usually make it. Like a good solid libertarian candidate that's actually a contender, they usually make it, because so many people are not Republican or not Democrat. Not that they're really Republican or Democrat, they're just not one or the other. You know what I mean? Like really, I think they need to change colors. I think the Democrats should be the red ones and the Republicans should be the blue ones at this point. Because I don't know, people associate the color red with bad, you know? But yeah, so I think it's about time that they just go ahead and change colors. Just so we can get rid of that. Where am I going to? Oh, that's right, I got another pickup. But yeah, I don't know, man. Can't win from losing in this bitch. And like I said, this is the vehicle that I have to operate. You know, like this is the vehicle that I was given. I don't know what they really expected me to do. You know what I mean? But I like the idea of trying to be Buddhist. Be as Buddhist as you can be in this American consumerism that you're stuck in, because like you're a product of the U.S. government. Like from the day you're born, as soon as you're given a social security number, you're a product of the U.S. government. You know, everything you're doing is being counted. Yeah, like y'all don't want to work? Okay, we'll bring in some people from somewhere else that are just happy to be here, and they'll work. Yeah, y'all don't want to work for peanuts? They will. Yep. Which I don't think we need to have completely closed borders, but you know, at least, you know, somebody with an AA degree, you know what I mean? Like if you worked hard in whatever country you're from, that you have the equivalent of an AA degree, then you're actually like, you would actually be a benefit to bring into this country. But if you're just somebody that's gonna dig graves, why did we need you just to kind of help the labor costs lower? And they already print the labor anyway. They just, whenever they need more labor, they just print. And somebody's eager to stand up and go to work because they got a bunch of these tickets, I don't know, man. Trying to be on the path to early retirement. Like, fuck buying anything. You know what I mean? Like, fuck buying anything. Fuck spending money on anything at all. As best as you can. Put it all in your pocket. Just put everything you're making into your pocket. It's for you. You made it for you. Don't fucking just fucking, Not trying to go make $1,000 a month just to put it in somebody else's hand. Not even really trying to make $1,000 a month as it is. Just like.
Tại ít khi tôi tiền tôi để còn đi ngoài tôi là tôi thì rồi thì không gì tiền không đi cái gì rồi đó mình sẽ giảm tăng khổ giảm tăng khổ
What's up, Jerry? How you doing, man?
Thì chỉ hiện tại chúng tôi chỉ kế ra cho mấy các bạn chỉ kế ra cái cầu最低cầu thằng ấy chạy ra được tin nữa mà bây giờ thằng ấy chạy quay phía thằng ấy chạy mà đi ra kia là kia thằng ấy nữa là thằng ấy đầu tiên đi ngang đi ra đi qua lại cái kia là chúng ta thằng ấy chạy kia thì là đó cái đây thì mua cái đây thì thằng ấy chạy thì mua thì chuyên nghiệp thì đủ ai đây thì thằng ấy chạy kia thì qua đi thì bây giờ sẽ có tiếng nghĩ coi là áo phai không phải làm như mình không phải là mình làm này thì nó chỉ là buồn thẳng lên như là đi đâu cái anh vừa để
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Is this everything?
Yes, everything, yes. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for coming. Thank you.
Yeah, I'm sorry about
Oh,
that.
that's okay. Hi, my friend. It's Uber or DoorDash?
Uber. But yeah, I know, me personally, I can't find a job. I can't find a job that's willing to give me enough hours on the schedule where I could make $1,000 a week. But I can between Uber and DoorDash. Now, I don't know if I can do that consistently week after week after week after week after week, but on the weeks that I can, it's definitely worth it. And on the weeks that I can't, I still end up making like what I do in 2 weeks at the job anyway. So it's been a pretty good benefit having Uber Eats and DoorDash so far. But I don't know. I feel like it would have been better if these restaurants, if they could have just like hired a delivery driver. Like McDonald's could have been doing delivery since the 80s, I feel like. If they would have just like had a delivery driver, even like one. Like every McDonald's has like one delivery driver. And then you can call it, you could have called in like 1994 and had McDonald's delivered. Like there'd be a long queue or something because there's only the one driver. I'd be like, oh, it's a 2.5 hour wait, or whatever, because the guy's backed up. But still, like, it's something that they could have done forever. It's they had to wait for our phones to develop to the point where they got the tracking and all, what I mean? The phone, using the phone app as a middleman, where the app makes money itself, the business doesn't lose any money. They got a whole nother third-party app that makes money, and then you basically, as the worker, you get screwed some more. It's like, that's about all. That's the true intention. How much can we fuck over the worker? It's sad, man. Like, I don't know. That's where I'm like, I don't even know if I want to buy a house. It just looks like entrapment. If there's a cheaper option, build something out of pallets or something. But no, yeah, like after a couple of years, it'll just be the norm. It's just like, just my life, my path, my route, how I live on grid and off grid at the same time. It's really, like, I don't know, like I said, I like the idea, trying to get to $0 a month in bills. I'm still trying to get there. I'm getting closer. Now that the her little brother's got a job now, so I'm gonna pass him the internet bill whether he likes it or knows about it or not. I zeroed it out and now I'm done paying for it. I'm just gonna let it shut off, and then she can figure out how to get it turned back on. And even at that point, I'll probably still have to pay another 2 months, because I don't know how exactly all that's going to happen. Like, the internet's in my name, and to get the internet even taken out of my name, she's got to go take all the equipment back. So she's going to have to deal with like no internet for a couple of days, or at least maybe even one day, a couple hours at least, minimum, where she gets all the equipment switched out and the name on the account switched, and gets it all put into her name. You know what I mean? But at that point, like I said, I'm not sure what's all going to happen with that. I might just have to go ahead and just stop paying the bill, and once it shuts off, then she'll finally like get moving on doing that, because it's been about a year, and I'm really sick of paying it. I really am. Like, I do like helping her, I do want to help her, but at the same time, I really can't justify paying the internet bill. Right, exactly. It's not my problem. I've got 1,000 other things I can worry about, and if nothing else, it's another $125 I don't even have to worry about making in the first place. And then she knows how much I'm struggling. She still loves me. I don't know why, there's no option for me to just come back and then just run Uber Eats and DoorDash from the couch. You know what I mean? knowing that that would be 100 times a better place for me to be. You know, it's like I still got to struggle and do it this way regardless. That's the dumbest part of it too. It's like we're just trying to increase the difficulty as much as we can, but there's so much technology and infrastructure in place nowadays that it's really not actually increasing the difficulty. It's just I'm able to get out of scot-free on a couple things. You know, it's like I still have electric and running water and Wi-Fi because it's built into the world around me. You know, it's like this nigga's trying to race. Which that's the coolest part. Like once I get a van, you know, just this much more room, I get the van going, I'll be able to do gaming streams. It'll be more than just me driving around. Yeah, they honestly are. I mean, because if it was worth it, if it was really worth it to do Uber Eats and DoorDash, everybody'd be quitting their jobs. If it was really worth it, they'd have a even harder time trying to find people to work at McDonald's because everybody's just DoorDashing instead. You know what I mean? They had to do something to where it was, you know, it stays a side gig. They don't want people to, you know what I mean? They want people to be able to make an extra $100 a month out of it, but not anything more. You know, it's like that's what it feels like. And then even me, like, I'll get to a certain amount that I've made in the week, and then DoorDash will stop sending me orders, it feels like. You know what I mean? They try to make it so that everybody in the market makes about the same amount. Like, if you have double the amount of time on, then yeah, you're probably going to make more money. But if, you know, everybody that puts about 40 hours a week onto the app, they're going to make about the same amount of money. That's what they try to do. And I've noticed that. Because, like, the first week on DoorDash, I made like 500. And then the second week only made like 638. I was like, what the fuck? You know, because like the first week I only worked Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. The second week I added in Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday and only made another $100. I'm like, what the fuck? But they literally, like, they stopped sending me orders. It got to a point they started to pass them to other drivers to try to make it so we all, you know, they don't want me to make 1,500 and somebody else only make 400. If I could have made 9 and somebody else could have made 7 or whatever, you know what I mean? I've noticed that. Like, I don't know. They don't want you to come up too fast either. Unless you join the military. If you join the military, then yeah, you can come up fast. Yeah, that's. I think honestly, if there was an app that would combine the best features of Uber and DoorDash together, they would take the market from both of them. All you have to do is just take the best parts of this app and the best parts of this app, and then make an app that literally just combines those two best parts. You know, and you're going to get the better drivers. After a while, everybody's going to learn through word of mouth that this is the better app. This one pays better. This one, you know, allows you are more in control as the driver. You're not just a puppet for the app. Because, you know, eventually it'll happen, man. Somebody will make an app that's better than fucking Uber Eats and DoorDash. And then Waymo's starting to come out of, like Waymo's going to take Uber out of the picture, basically, like Uber and Lyft. I could see Waymo taking them completely, because they're trying to say the Waymo car is actually safer than a human driver, which I could agree with. Like the more we can get humans more and more off the road, the autonomous vehicles will be even safer, because now there's less human interference. It's just robots going around in circles on the paved road. You know what I mean? And then since it's a robot, you don't even need to pay a human anymore. It's going to be cheaper. Oh my God. Fucker. Come on, dude. Fucking me all up. Fucking old bastards. Oh my God. And like all they're doing is terraforming the planet anyway. Like, you buying a house, you're helping them terraform the planet some more. It's like fucking, it's so crazy. Like, drive around and look at this county and how segregated everything is. But yeah, they're trying to make like every neighborhood like this. Every neighborhood is like a gated community. Restricted. Laws on top of laws on top of laws. But it'll be alright. But yeah, $600 payment towards Capital One, and I put $500 more on Bitcoin because it's down. It's cheaper now than where I bought it. Might as well buy more. So if I can repeat that, 2 more weeks of that, I should be out of Capital One. I'll be right back. Yeah, no. Then you got like the police force. The way the police force, they basically operate like they're a mafia now. It's kind of sick in a way. I had one lady I delivered to, this was a couple weeks ago. I delivered to her, and then like when I dropped the shit off on the porch, something happened. It looked like she canceled the order, like right as I set it on the porch. I left my phone in the car, like walked it up to the door, put it up, by the door where she wanted it, and then I walked back to the car. When I get back to the car to complete the order, it was gone. Right? So I'm trying to get a hold of support. I'm like, what the fuck just happened? I'm like, did this lady really just try to screw me over? I'm like, somebody that lives in a 4-bedroom house screwing over somebody that's homeless. It's kind of fucked up. So I was trying to get a hold of support because I was hoping that's not what happened. And like I'm still sitting at the end of her driveway. I'm not even in her driveway. I'm like on the road, more or less. And I'm sitting there, like I said, I'm trying to get a hold of support to figure out what the hell happened. And she's calling me. She's like, is there any reason you're still sitting there? And I explained to her, like, well, I'm trying to get a hold of support because it looks like the order was canceled. From what I can see, it looks like the order was canceled. So I'm trying to make sure I got paid for this before I drive too far away, because if I drive too far away, they're going to try and say that I never made it here, and then I'm just going to have to drive back. So I'm like, it basically looks better for me to just stay here till I get it figured out than to come back in 10 minutes. You know what I mean? I'm trying to explain this to her on the phone, and she just didn't listen to any of it. And she's like, oh, well, if you're still there in 5 minutes, my husband's a police officer, and so he said he already called his buddies, and they said to call them back if you're not gone in 5 minutes. And I'm sitting there, I'm like, okay, well, I'm thinking, like, I'm going to keep you on the phone for 5 minutes then, I'm like, it's like, I'm talking to her for a minute. And then, like, all of a sudden, like I said, like she says, four different squad cars show up, I'm like, this is so fucked up. I'm like, because, like, what other, you know what I mean? Like, only because you're a cop. You got four of your friends show up with guns, and then they're all on the clock. They're all being paid. You have 4 buddies show up with guns to help you, because you can't just, because the husband himself could have just came out there and told me to leave, and I would have left. You know what I mean? But he's so ballless that he had to call 4 of his buddies that are on the clock to come and, deal with his problem for him. And then he's a police officer himself. So it's like really, I'm like, this is kind of fucked up. It's like a mafia almost, in a way. Like, they just, make a phone call and have a bunch of their friends show up while they're being paid, to come, and like, really, the lady should just listen to me on the phone, because I tried to tell her, like, look, I'm dealing with support. The support is based in fucking Bangladesh. They're trying to learn English. Like, they're trying to use us to teach them English at the same time. So it's like, you're only making things more difficult by calling me every fucking 3 minutes, lady. But yeah, now the cops show up, and the cops, like, I'm explaining to them, like, I'm just an Uber driver. I'm like, she asked me to leave. I'm not on her property. Like, I was a good, like, 80 yards or maybe 100 yards away from her house, like, when the cops showed up. So, like, she told me to leave. I left. I'm still trying to figure out what's going on with this, because it looks like she just ate for free, and if her husband is really a police officer and she's stealing food from DoorDash, something's wrong. You know what I mean? Something's obviously wrong with that picture. It's like, and then, so it pointed more towards the fact that she canceled it, because now he's trying to chase the driver off too. No, they didn't threaten, they were just more or less responding to a call. But it was still weird how four police cruisers needed to show up. Like, he's like, the cop that was showed up with backup already. Like, he came with backup. Like, he called, the husband calls his buddy comes with backup, so it's not even like one car came and then needed backup to call a second car over. You know what I mean? Like, I'm like, this is just a huge waste of taxpayer, like everybody always says, like, oh, you're wasting our dollar, you're wasting what we pay for, and to them it doesn't fucking matter anyway, like, they're a mafia, like, it's a state-funded mafia organization, basically, and then I don't know, dude. It's just, the whole thing, this whole picture of America is just getting sick. It really is. Like, it's nothing like I thought it was gonna be. Like, in 97, 98, 99, you know, this is nothing like I thought it was going to be. I didn't think it was going to be. I didn't feel like I was going to feel like I was into communism so much. You know what I mean? I didn't quite understand all that. But now as I've gotten older, I'm like, I understand, but at the same time, I don't know why we, you know what I mean? Like I don't know. Like, I'm not going to get into that. We're almost just as communist as the communist countries, but yet we have the freedom of choice. But, you know, every choice you're given is up to chance at the same time. I'm not saying that the right way. It's like, oh yeah, and that dude, that's making like it's making the entire police force look bad. You know what I mean? Like that scandal that's going on over there, the American Fork Police Department, it's making that entire department look bad. Because rather than serving the people and looking at the evidence that's actually there, they side with this 2-bit CEO. They side with this 2-bit millionaire CEO over $200,000, which that should be nothing. To the, like okay, they lost 1 year of profit. 1 year of profit was lost because we've actually got to pay this family what they feel like we stole from them, and there's enough evidence that shows that we did kind of steal it from them. Whether you want to use the terminology of the word stole and how loosely you want to use the definition of the word stole, but either way, the Legos went missing under their possession. And yeah, I feel like they owe the family compensation for like the consignment deal on that. Like the fact of the matter is still the fact of the matter, regardless of where the Legos are. For $200,000, they could have made their company look so much better to just do that from the beginning. Even if they like, oh, we don't know where the Legos are, but here we're willing to cut you a check for $150,000 because we fucked up. You know what I mean? And now that the whole organization, Bricks and Minifigs, they're gonna be gone. They're gonna be gone. You know what I mean? Like that guy, he's gonna have to look at early retirement options now, or going to work at Walmart or something at this point. You know what I mean? He's not gonna make it. He's it's like he's gonna be headhunted basically over fucking Star Wars Legos. You know what I mean? He already is. He already is being headhunted. Oh, right, yeah, exactly. That's what I'm saying. Like, the whole thing is making that entire justice system in the state of Utah, that county's justice system is looking so bad. It's looking so corrupt. It's like the corruption's going beyond just the police force. It's fucked up, man. And then I don't know. It's just big business always wins, man. The bigger the business, the better the opportunity to win. That's why, like, when Patreon was like, no, fuck y'all. Like, we're like 20 times the company that you are. Fuck y'all. I don't know. Yeah, they even made little bobbleheads. Like, Reckless Ben was selling these little pops bobbleheads of Ammon, and it says, I steal from old people. He's holding a sign that says, I steal from old people. It's a little bobblehead. He says, we only made 500 of them, so go ahead and get one now, because these could be worth $1 million one day. There's only 500 of them, so come on and get you one. They're on the website right now. Which they probably will. I mean, this is huge, man. It's crazy how big this whole thing got, too, and like everybody's making a video on it. Like fucking, I'm even technically making videos on it, as much as I've talked about it in my live streams. You know what I mean? Like, the civil rights lawyer, he got to 1 million subscribers off of it. Like, he was already at like 800K or something like that, but he milked it for another fucking 200,000 subscribers. The civil rights lawyer, CoffeeZilla, Asman, the Moist Critical, Hassan even watched it. Like everybody got so much fucking clout off of the clout that Reckless Ben made, and yeah, man, I don't know, he's a pretty cool dude too. Like, I was watching the documentary, because Brandon Buckingham did a documentary on his whole YouTube career. And at Reckless Ben, he was actually living in his car at one point. Like, he didn't do it for too long. He didn't do it as long as I have. You know what I mean? But yeah, he had to live in his car. Like, when he was starting his YouTube channel, he was making the choice between, you know, editing tools or eating, basically. I think he was saying that at some point in the video. He's like, I made the choice between, you know, buying a laptop so that I could make better videos with it, or if, you know, if I wanted to be able to eat a little bit more or something. I don't know. But I couldn't remember. You know what I mean? My memory's all shot. But it was interesting watching that Brandon Buckingham video that he made on Reckless Ben. It's a pretty good watch, because it's pretty eye-opening. You see Reckless Ben's just like a normal dude type of guy. You know what I mean? He might have came from a life of like a little more privilege than me, but he's lived a fucking tough life to get to where he is. You know what I mean? He didn't get to where he is now without crawling on his belly first. You know what I mean? And I've got 9 trips on Uber today. I've got 2 tips that are still processing. Yes, that's good. 2 tips that are still processing. I'm $85. It's showing me $85, and there's 2 tips that are still processing. That's good. I busted 100. I know that. Yeah, he probably, this whole Lego series, he's gonna get 1 million subscribers just off of, because he's stretching it out too. He's saying, he was saying in he made some video, he's like, if we got to make 100 parts to this, we'll make 100 parts to this. He says, you know, in court cases could go on for years, my lawyer tells me. So he's like, fuck it, if I gotta make, we'll do a part every week. We'll do 100 parts. That's it's 52 weeks a year. We'll have to do 104 parts of the Lego series to be able to pay my lawyer. So get ready, y'all, stay tuned. There's more coming. Part 7's on the way. We gotta make a part 8. You gotta pay the lawyer now. But no, they said the same thing about Rick and Morty. And Rick and Morty, I don't even think it made it to 100 episodes. It's supposed to be Rick and Morty for 100 years, you know? I don't even think they made it to 100 episodes. They probably did, actually. They had to have made it to 100 episodes. They had like 8 seasons. I don't know. Rick and Morty got weird. I kind of lost it when, I liked it a lot. I still do like it. I'm not discriminating it. You know what I mean? Like, I still like the show Rick and Morty. They just, with all the backlash and the the essay allegations and all that stuff, and yeah, I wish they could have continued it, you know, one way or another. Just kept the franchise going, because people loved it. It was, you know, you could learn little bits and pieces of science, like, even though it's fictional, it's a cartoon and stuff, but there's like little bits and pieces of science, you know, you get thrown in there every now and then. The first law of thermodynamics and stuff like that. Like, but yeah, like when the clone Beth, and then the episode where they're switching around, he takes the labels off from the clone Beth and the regular Beth, and they're just switching around, and they're juggling up, which way, follow the girl, which way, follow the lady, you know. And then like that, after that, I don't know where it went from there. It just got, it's like you need to eat acid to be able to follow Rick and Morty. After a while, it's like, what the fuck's going on? Cooling over the next 2 days. That's good. Cooler weather coming in. It's been hot, man. I was freezing yesterday inside the movie theater, though. It was good. I knew if I go in the movie theater without socks on, I'm gonna be freezing. I was like, I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna go in the movie theater without socks on. I'm gonna be freezing. Which is cool. But yeah, man, I don't know. That's like $100 a month for my gym membership and the movie pass. Like $100 a month, which isn't bad, because it's 2 places I can park my car legally. Like, you know, if I'm there for hours, it looks kind of okay. You know, it looks all right. Like the one, like, this is my gym. I'm hanging out at my gym. Like, yeah, I've been here for 5 hours, but you know, I'm still like I'm hanging out at the gym, kind of, sort of. You know, or if I was at the movie theater and the same thing happened, like you've been hanging out in the parking lot for like 6 hours, it's like, well, but I got a movie pass. I'm waiting for my, you know, like wait until 7:30 for that showing of this or whatever, you know. But anyway, it's stupid. $100 a month on stupid shit. The gym I can justify because I need a shower, but the movie theater is just a place to go suck up some AC, and then, like, I get some movies out of it. You know what I mean? So if, like, you know, like yesterday, I went and seen 4 movies in one day. Just spent the whole day at the movie theater. And then there's like a McDonald's. There's a McDonald's in the parking lot of the movie theater. So it's, you know, I just went and got lunch real quick, just a couple of double cheeseburgers, and went right back to the movies. You know, wasn't too bad. It sucks, like, being there by yourself kind of does suck. But at the same, you know, you get the whole theater to yourself is cool too. It's almost like VR. You know, like that's what pulled me into like VR. And I'm like, man, I got the whole theater to myself. Like, it's a whole ass movie. Like, you got the goggles on. You're like, it's a whole movie theater to myself, like that. But the real life version, you know, and you have the whole theater to yourself. You're like, awesome. This is gonna be a fucking badass movie. Even if it's a shitty movie, you got the whole theater to yourself. You're like, this is awesome. You know, it's like, this is awesome. Like, even, yeah, I saw Her Private Hell. That movie sucked. Don't see it. If you do see it, don't pay to see it. It's not worth it. It was the movie was so stupid. I'm like, you said I try to be nice to, you know, movies and stuff, you know, sort of, kind of, you know what I mean? Like, but that movie, I couldn't even follow it. I was sitting there watching it. I'm like, what the fuck is going on? Like, I couldn't tell if it was a dream or if the girl actually was in hell, or if it was a backlash, like a flashback movie or a picture frame movie where the first scene was the last scene and it was going to play through the movie and get all the way back to the first scene. You know, I couldn't tell what was going on. I'm trying to watch the movie to catch, like, when are they going to make sense? Like, when's the sense coming? When is this going to make sense? It never made sense, the whole fucking movie. I was like, it just wasted 2 hours of my life. I could have saw something else. You know, it's like... But at the same time, nobody went to that movie either, so I had the whole theater to myself. So you gotta take the good with the bad on that. Like, sometimes I'll do that. You gotta go to the shitty movie. Go to the shitty movie because nobody else will go, and then it's a better experience because you're the only one in the theater. And then, like, I wanted to go see Evil Dead Burn, but there was a couple. I picked in the middle of the theater. And there was a couple that picked the very back row, and I'm sitting there thinking, I'm like, man, like, I don't want to, you know, and I'm trying to watch the movie, and then I got this couple that's like 3 rows behind me. Just like, they're sitting behind me, watching me the whole time they're watching the movie. You know what I mean? Like, I was like, you know, I'll just go to another movie, and then that way the couple gets to enjoy the movie together with nobody else in the theater, and then I got to see another movie by myself, you know. I don't know. That was my thought process. But yeah, not too bad. Still logged in. Currently in a new season, Rick and Morty. Hell yeah. I don't even know where to watch it. It's Hulu, or is it Disney Plus, or is it Paramount, or is it fucking Tubi? Is it on fucking Peacock? Is it on Pluto? Is, like, which one? $3. 2 miles, $3. And you can't even get there from that way. You have to go this other way. There's no road. That road does not connect. Ooh. That's a trip. Alright, so I got a $12 12 mile. Not the best. Not the best, but it's a good way to end the day. Yeah, pretty much took me I had the channel, but I used it to just watch. It's a channel that I created during COVID. I was still planning on hiking the Appalachian Trail. And so I made a channel because I wanted to be able to document the trail, you know, and be able to rewatch it for myself even. You know, if nobody else wants to watch it, you know, at least I can rewatch myself hiking the Appalachian Trail. So I made a video, you know, saying, hey, I'm going to go do the Appalachian Trail. You know, here's my reasons why. I've wanted to do it for a while. And then I didn't do anything with the channel for like 4 or 5 years until October of this last year, 25. And then October, I started like really making videos because YouTube is kind of changing. YouTube more like YouTube has always been a place for like plain folks. You know what I mean? Like, but now it's like it's a whole nother level of plain folks that's starting to come out. Like, you know, the offended outcast, if you know who I'm talking about. You've got, you know, Nick Shirley, Tyler Oliveira, Asmongold, you know, like a lot of like these really, really plain folk, you know, plain as plain folk could be type people coming up, like these all young guys. So it's really like, I was like, man, like, you know, I should have got into this 15 years ago, 10 years ago when I had more of my personality still. You know what I mean? But yeah, started really making videos in October, and it still took me until February to even have the 50 subscribers that you need to be able to go live. Like, I don't know why, but they won't let you go live until you have 50 subscribers. And then you get a lot of subscribers from going live. Like, you go live, you know, so I'm like, I don't know how they expect you to get subscribers if you can't go live to get subscribers. You know what I mean? It's like, but yeah, it took me like from October to February to get the amount of subscribers I needed to go live in the first place. And then pretty much Fred was the first person to start talking that wasn't just trying to troll me. You know what I mean? Because you get a little bit of that. Like, you know, you go live and then the only comments you get are people like, oh, look at your triple chin or something. And it's like, yeah, thanks. You know, this is news to me. Yeah, sure, buddy. You know, it's like it took until Fred for someone to actually be talking. And then me talking to Fred, other people started popping in. You know what I mean? Because it's just I don't know. He needs a little bit. He said, just give me a little bit more time to get the smoothies together. Uber doesn't know how to, like, they sent me the order at the same time they sent this restaurant the order. It's pretty much what just happened there. But, yeah. Shit, what was I talking about? Yeah, but pretty much, yeah, I was talking to Fred, and then more people started joining in from me talking to Fred. It was Fred, and then it started to be Jerry, and then from Jerry talking, Noob started talking, and then from Noob, I can't really remember. Noob turned into Brad and Honda. And then Honda, like he really understood my sense of humor, man. Like, everything I was saying, Honda was just rolling on the floor laughing. Or at least he was making, you know, perceiving it that way. But as much as the emotes as he was sending, like, I'm sure he was actually laughing. You know what I mean? I'm like, I'm sure there's points where he was, like, actually laughing his ass off. You know what I mean? But yeah, Honda and Brad, and from Brad, then eventually Manny, Mushroom Manny. He pops in every now and then. There was this one kid, Nick. Nick wanted to be a moderator, and I told him, okay, yeah, well, just, you know, I'm like, you're doing a good job. I'm like, just keep showing up and hanging out, talking out. You know, like, I understand you got your own life and shit too. I don't expect you to sit here for the whole 12-hour live stream with me. You know what I mean? I don't say, like, oh, even on your day off, at least, you know, like, I understand you got your own life to live and shit. You know, it's the life of a homeless person. It's not that interesting. You know, I don't expect people to watch 5 hours of it, but some people still do. You know what I mean? So I've been slowly building up an audience, trying to the dream is to, like, 20 to 30 people or so, you know, and just like enough of an audience where there is a little bit of an audience, and then y'all have your own thing going on in the chat. Everybody just talking to each other and saying hi, what's up, how y'all doing, you know what I mean? just from like 20 or 30 people all hanging out, which I'm getting there. It's been stuck at like 3 for a minute, but at least the subscriber count is going up. Like I've had 3, but you know, like an average of 3 viewers or 1, you know, for a while, but that's just part of it. You know, like I was telling Noob, because when I started going live, it was vertical, and I don't like vertical. It's something about vertical. It's not. It's just the people, the crowd that's in vertical. I don't really want to be. I'm not trying to be a vertical format streamer. You know what I mean? I'm not trying to be that crowd. I don't know. And then I feel like it's more comfortable. Like if I am gonna watch a live stream, and I'm gonna watch hours of a live stream, it's gonna be more comfortable to watch it like this, or I can watch it like this, or I can watch it like this, or you know, it's just more, it feels more comfortable if I'm gonna watch my phone, or you know, if I'm lucky enough people are putting me on their TV, you know what I mean? Which I don't, people aren't gonna be putting their TVs vertical on the wall anytime soon, you know what I mean? I don't really see us doing that. You might got some gamer type guys where they got 3 vertical TVs and they're all linked up together to, you know what I mean? And it just makes a square TV again. You got people, you know, they go overboard with it, but they don't want to ban channels or people turn around in 5 minutes, make a new channel, and immediately live stream again. Yeah. I've heard it said YouTube pushes vertical streamers a fair amount more horizontal streamers for some odd reason. They do. I've seen that, and I've seen some people, they get YouTube recommendations, and YouTube will recommend them, you know, and like I've seen it with other channels and stuff, like which I get. I'm not the most wholesome guy, you know what I mean, but I've seen other channels where it's like they're fake as fuck at the same time too. They're clearly doing it for money. They're not doing it because they're having fun doing it, you know? And it's just a big turn off to me. And I'm like, but YouTube is behind them too at the same time. Yeah, there's like one lady I was watching, and I found her at about 900, maybe 950, and like the night that I found her, I'm like, oh, she's gonna hit 1,000 a night, you know, like I was like, oh, she's close, she's so close. There's like 85 people watching her, like, you know, I'm like she's gonna hit 1,000 either tonight or like the next night. And then she hits 1,000, and then she starts like, oh, y'all go buy my merch. I got coffee cups and sweaters and t-shirts, and I'm like, man, I'm like, come on, lady. I'm like, you only have 1,000 subs. I'm like, why are you trying to push merch on people? I'm like, come on, man. I'm like, God, because I liked her, you know, like not liked her, but I was rooting for her to become a creator, do it, you know, like, yes, this is, you know, like, you'd be perfect on YouTube, you know, like, she was a bartender for years, and then she decided she didn't want to go work in a bar anymore, so now she, like, manages a chat room, basically, you know, she drives for DoorDash, live streams it, and then manages, like, her chat room, all these guys trying to come in and flirt with her and shit, you know, you know, it's like, you know, and it's like, yeah, but then she starts selling fucking t-shirts and coffee cups and mugs and fucking, I'm like, come on, lady, you only have 1,000 subs. I'm like there's only 1,000 people. Like I was like, I don't know. To me, I'd wait till more of like, I have an actual channel, like 100K subs or so, or if I get close to 100K subs and people are asking me about, you know, oh, you should make a shirt. I'll wear a shirt that says your channel on it or something. You know, then maybe at that point I'd be like, okay, I got, you know, like, you know, there's 1,000 fan requests to make shirts, so I'm gonna go ahead and make shirts because I bet 50 of the 1,000 people are probably gonna actually buy one. You know what I mean? But I don't know. It's just kind of, it hit me. It's very off-putting. Because, like, obviously, you know, you're lying if you're saying you're not trying to make money. You know what I mean? Unless you just don't ever monetize your channel. You never click any of the buttons on that page. You don't download YouTube Studio because you're just flat out not even worried about it. You're just wanting to put videos, post videos online. Which that's a difference. You know what I mean? That's a big difference. I'm not that far. But you still gotta have fun with it. You know what I mean? Like you got an opportunity to have your own channel. You know what I mean? Like back in the day, like being your own show on PBS. You're lucky enough that you can locally broadcast it. You have a TV show that comes on PBS at like 11:30 on Thursdays, and you're lucky enough that you have this little 30-minute segment on PBS where you can have a show like that, but it's your own channel. You could be broadcasting 24 hours a day. You could rebroadcast other broadcasts. Turn it into a whole channel, literally. Like, go from just being a show or a podcast into like making the whole channel, taking in, there's everything on, just like everything on my channel. It's like it's the channel that has everything from every other channel. I don't know, but I'm not that far yet, and I don't know. I'm not going to do all that, but. You know what I mean? But yeah, I do feel like they've been pushing vertical because of TikTok, and a lot of YouTube is getting old. YouTube is for 50-year-olds, 40-year-olds, and 30-year-olds. TikTok, they have to keep fresh and with the trends, and a lot of the teenagers and the 20-year-olds, they're all on TikTok and Instagram, and then you got the soccer mom type bitches, they're on fucking TikTok and shit too now, and I don't know. I honestly, I think TikTok is still YouTube. Like YouTube creating its own counterpart to, so it doesn't have a monopoly on, you know what I mean? Because there was stupid videos back in the day, and there was E-Bombs World. You know what I mean? There was other YouTubes. There was other things that were competing with YouTube. YouTube just had the best name. You know what I mean? And then TikTok, I don't know. It's just like it's crazy how many TikTok advertisements I see on YouTube. It seems like it's like watching a Coke commercial, and in the middle of a Coke commercial there's a Pepsi commercial. You know what I mean? I'm like, why are they doing that? You know what I mean? It's obviously, I think TikTok is obviously it's a part of YouTube just to broaden their reach a little bit, But yeah, I don't know. I don't like TikTok as it is. It's just YouTube is the OG. YouTube's not going to go anywhere. As more and more of the world starts having a smartphone put in its hand, YouTube's only going to be more and more accessible. More and more people on YouTube. It's right there on the front page of, like any smartphone, like the big red play button right there as soon as you turn the phone on, open it up, Whereas TikTok, you got to go download it. You got to find it, and unless you're lucky enough it's on the phone. It's just, you know what I mean? It's YouTube is the OG. I'm just, that's where I like YouTube. It's if I was to stream, I'd stream over to Twitch, probably, because Twitch is more for live. I get into this a lot too. Twitch is more for live, whereas YouTube's more for clicking on something and zoning out, whether it be live or a documentary or a podcast, Kill Tony, or Financial Audit, or Asman watching a police video, or you know what I mean? I think Asman should do a video with Frank. If y'all know the Fridays with Frank, the guy, the cop guy, Frank Slope from Arizona, because Asman's been doing a lot of body cam videos. I think the two of them should make a video together. I think would be kind of hilarious. Seeing Frank Slope and Asman Gold making a video together would be hilarious. And I think it'd be beneficial to both of them. But yeah, I've seen Asman, he's playing body cam bingo now. I'm like, oh, okay, yeah. He should have been doing that a while ago. body cam bingo with Asmongold. And at the same time, man, it's not like, it doesn't just happen overnight. It's years and years of grinding to see if you're going to make it or not. And then, you know, I'm probably not going to make it. I'll be honest with you. I'm probably not going to make it. But even to get to like 20K subscribers would be nice. 20K subscribers would be sick. 20K subscribers is enough subscribers that you can literally say YouTube is a part-time job. You got enough people that are following and watching that YouTube is a part-time job for you. And that's the crazy thing, like one of the cops was saying about Reckless Ben, and like she's saying it's crazy how he can make that much money from YouTube, that he could just take a trip to another state, and he could just take a trip to another state. Like, she's like, I wonder, I don't know how he's making that much money off this YouTube thing, and it's really because you haven't ever fucking actually looked into it. But like a channel like Reckless Ben's, where he doesn't have a producing, you know, he does his own production. And he hypes his buddies, you know what I mean? So his buddies help him with his video because he's getting a good shout out. You know what I mean? They get an awesome shout out for being in his video. They get a bunch of subscribers off of being in his video, helping him with his video. And then really, like, since he has no production team and shit to pay out, he's like, you collect all the money for yourself. You know, you're a one-man show. You don't have to pay a cameraman. You don't have to pay a director. You don't pay 3 producers. You don't pay, you know, this media company. You don't have to pay YouTube to put your stuff out there. You know what I mean? Johnny Somali, nuisance, yeah. That's kind of the one thing where I'm like, I don't know about being an IRL streamer either. I got a different etiquette, sort of, to my IRL streaming. I try not to film other people. Or if I am filming other people, you see from their knee down. You know what I mean? Like, unless they've put themselves in my live stream, where they came and confronted me, or they're talking to me or something, they've put themselves into my life enough where, like, okay, well, here, you're in my live stream. I hope you like it. Yeah, I hope you're okay with that. You know, and like, yeah, I got 2 people watching right now, and they just saw your face. You know. Just because, even for like my own protection or something, the cops would know who to start with. Like, if I just randomly went up missing, you know, like I was live streaming, you know, and there was these 3 dudes I was hanging out with in the live stream, and then all of a sudden I've stopped live streaming. I'm no longer live, like I just stopped. The police they'd be able to go to those 3 guys first and start questioning, you know what I mean? If they were even worried about it, you know, but part of it would be a paycheck, sort of. It'd be a paycheck to figure out what happened to me, and then I'm kind of making it a little bit easier for them to try to figure out what happened. But yeah, I love watching videos of the Island Boys getting arrested. I love watching videos of Jack Doherty getting arrested, you know, Johnny Somali getting arrested. I mean, all your traditional people. Like, I want to see, you know, like I want to see Jack Doherty, you know, and this is fucked up to say, but, you know, it's kind of, you know, we are all kind of thinking the same way. But I would love to wake up and then, like, see a video where Jack Doherty's dead. You know, like, there's, like, it's all over YouTube. Jack Doherty's dead. There's a whole bunch of YouTube videos. You know, Jack Doherty this, remembering Jack Doherty, You know what I mean? Because it wouldn't be like Charlie Kirk. It would be seen completely different. Almost the exact opposite of Charlie Kirk, sort of. If Jack Doherty, you know, like, oh, Jack Doherty was assassinated, there'd be parties and shit. You know what I mean? Like even the First Amendment auditors, when I first started seeing the First Amendment auditor people, I was like, oh, this is stupid. So I'm like, you just rage bait people with a camera and then you get 100,000 subscribers off of just rage baiting people by holding a camera in their face. Stand on a sidewalk and then point a camera at people and then wait for them to come and confront you about why you're filming them. And then you remind them of the First Amendment, how you have the right to do that. Because it's really kind of crazy to me how belligerent people get about it too. It's like, do you not realize you're in America? Like, you really, like, you shouldn't be coming up to, like, confront me. Like, I'm filming. I'm on the sidewalk holding a camera. You know what I mean? Like, you shouldn't even be asking me questions. Like, it's like, you're not the police. I don't quite, like, it should just, like, I don't know. People are weird. People are weird with cameras. Well, technically, you're computing because it's all digital. There's no film involved. You're not filming. You're not recording. You're computing. It's all data. It's all zeros and ones. You boil down the picture into zeros and ones and a JPEG file. You're computing. You're computing nowadays. That's what this one guy always says back. He's like, he's not recording. He's computing, sir. He's just computing. The guy, he's just computing. Don't pay no attention to him. He's just computing. Oh, really? Because it looks like he's holding a camera. No, I didn't say he wasn't holding a camera. I'm just saying he's computing. He's not filming you, sir. There's no film in that computer. There's no film in that camera. How am I filming you? And they want to go, oh yeah, okay, smart ass. Okay, dumbass. Get with the time, buddy. Does your cave have electric? But no, I like the idea of having my own piece of private land, but I don't know if I want to build anything on it. But at least, at least I have a quarter acre or something where like I'm allowed to park my car here. This is my private property. The land belongs to the guy who bought it. You know what I mean? And I literally bought it. The guy that pays and bought it. That's who the land belongs to. I'm not saying it the right way, but it was just in that Young Washington movie I was watching yesterday. The land doesn't rightfully belong to the person that occupies it. The land rightfully belongs to the person who bought it. And then back then, when you were trading gold for land, you were trying to make sure, if I could get your money's worth. You said you'd be allowed to camp on it legally for 3 months. Yeah, every year. That's what I'm thinking. Every year it could come December, January, and February. I can camp on my own land in Florida. Now, granted, the neighborhood might have certain rules against it, but as far as the state and the county government, there's nothing wrong. There's nothing wrong with me camping on my own private Like, I own the land. I bought it off of an investor. I pay my taxes on it. I'm up to date with my taxes. There's nothing that says I can't camp on it for 3 months, up to 90 days. But the neighborhood it's in might have rules against it. And then that's part of what they do too. It's like, the land, like even this land out here where I'm driving right now, as you can see, there's a bunch of open plots for sale over here. There's no sign, there's no signage. It's just shit that they're sitting on for another couple years or whatever. But eventually there's going to be signage, and they're going to start plopping houses like that one over there. It's an acre property, and they plop a house right in the middle, basically. And they're waiting for you to come and buy it, and you do all the improvements. Because before it was just vacant land, and now there's a house there. Now the property taxes, now you made, you improved the land, and you pay for it for the 30 years, and you know what I mean. You see how the game goes. Really, but do I need to improve the land? You know what I mean? Or do I just need a certificate that says the land is mine? Like, this is my place to live. I bought this. This is all I need. I bought what I needed. And then, if there's anything I want, I can stack it on top of what I have. Right? And the only thing is, there's, each neighborhood's going to have its own little rules, and more Karens are born every single day. You got, another generation of Karens coming up in the mix, and then all the rules that are going to change from generation to generation, and new rules that are going to be added on. And, you know what I mean? So I'll still have to hide it. I'll still have to hide that I'm camping on it, but I can come down for the holiday season, see my parents and whatever, and then the other 9 months of the year, try to get to Alaska. Try to go to Alaska and back, or whatever I want to do. Just go see the rest of the country that, that the rest of the world can't even get to see. How you doing, man? But yeah, there's so many people that live in America that won't even get to see all 50 states. There's so many people that live in whatever state they're in, they'll probably never get to leave their state just because financial reasons, or because that's where their roots are. Their roots are in this city, and their roots are in that state, and it's even for them to get a vacation to go somewhere else for a week takes all fucking year. Takes them all fucking year of saving to be able to leave that state to go to another state just to see what shit's like in the other state, Whereas I'll try my best to not put roots in the ground anywhere, just like, and it's like there's benefits to it, there's disadvantages to it, it's whatever. But ultimately, I don't really want a 30-year mortgage to begin with, A. And then B, I don't really want to be chasing around a school bus, and then you have a kid, and then, which is cool. It'd be nice to have a kid, it'd be nice to have, a son to play video games with, and, teach him bad stuff and watch him grow up, and, try to help push him into being what he wants to be, it'd be cool to be a parent, but at the same time, it's like, the system that I'm in doesn't want me to be a parent. So I'm fighting the system harder because I want to be a parent. So I'm trying to show the system that I can be a parent. So now I've got to work harder, recreate, rebuild. I've been in this situation I'm in before, probably about a half dozen times now. This is probably the sixth time that I've ended up homeless. And it's all because I decide to slow down just a little bit. You know what I mean? I get too comfortable, and then I decide to slow down just a little bit because I'm getting older at the same time too. I'm throwing myself away every single day to try to make money out of the system to begin with. And then I'm slowing down day to day, and then they don't want to understand why you're slowing down. sort, you know what I mean? Like, they're like, whoa! And I'm like, dude, you know, like, I'm not 21. You know, like why aren't the kids that's 21 working as hard as I was when I was 21? You know what I mean? And like, and I come from the generation that I came from. You know what I mean? Me coming from the generation that I came from, I'm wondering why the 21-year-olds aren't like moving like I was when I was 21. You know, that's like fucking, and they're looking at me to do that shit. And I'm like, dude, you got 3 21-year-olds that work here. I'm in my 30s, man. I'm like, I'm just part-time here, man. Like, I done a couple laps in this system. It ain't doing nothing for me to be running sprints for y'all. I'm just trying to jog, you know? I'm just trying to, like, walk uphill while using my hands. I ain't got a fucking sprint. I'm just trying to walk uphill at a 45-degree angle while using my hands a little bit. And some people call it building a pyramid. You know? Just walking uphill at a 45-degree angle while using your hands a little bit. And at the end of your life, you built a pretty good pyramid. Like, you know, you built a hell of a pyramid for them. And then, you know, you get like a tenth of it for yourself. You know, the whole time you owe money to everybody the whole way through it too. Owe money to the car industry, owe money to the housing market, owe money to the medical field, owe money to the government. The whole way through. There's all these different entities that you owe money to. It's like, well, what if I didn't make money to begin with? How would I owe you money if I never even started making it? You know? I'd just be indigent. like, you're fighting a losing battle. Eventually you realize and you're going to stop. Turn around, go home. Retreat. Like, no more. Done. That's where I'm at now. I'm like, you know, I've made it halfway. I feel like the other half, it should be the downhill slide from here, basically. Which I can feel it. I can feel it coming. Like, all I really need to do is get out of this Capital One debt, and now I've got such a different fucking mindset through getting through the rest of life. You know what I mean? I've gotten every want completely out of my head. And I see that it's all just propaganda that I'm in because of this country that I'm in. And this country's got this, like, military trade order that it's stuck in, where even if you don't join the military, if you buy a house, you're still working for the military. Like, you're still, you know, fucking, it's like you still joined the military. You just didn't. You still, you know, now you're a civilian, which, you know, so now you're not even treated as good. But then you're still signing up to be in the military. Basically, you're just, you know, you're going to be like, you know, if your nation has a military and spends as much money on the military as our nation does, if you work at all, you're working for the military. That's my philosophy. See what I'm saying? Like our nation, you know, we got so, you know, and it's just like, that's where I'm like, fuck them. Like, I'm not trying to rivet F-18s. It'd be cool if that's what I was actually doing. But no, they've got me fucking mopping floors at cleaning the bathroom at a fucking auto parts place. Like, you know, like, which I still kind of am riveting fucking F-18s. But I'm a librarian at a fucking auto parts store, basically. It's a lot easier, you know what I mean? A lot easier to just be a librarian at an auto parts store. Because ultimately, that's what the job is. You're in charge of inventory and all these books, and all these books have a certain number on the shelf, and you go to that spot on the shelf. If the book is there, then you can sell it to the customer. If it's not there, well, then your inventory's off, and then you need to go adjust your inventory. You know? That part of it's cool. But yeah, I don't know. We're giving them too much of ourselves for, like, very little reward. And I don't think that's really why God put me here. You know, it's not me. I would have a more enjoyable life fighting against the system the whole way than I will blending into the system and just being like an office worker or something, you know, because they're not going to give me one of them easy, cushy jobs either. I already know that too. I'd already be working with a phone somewhere. You know, there's plenty of work from home on your phone jobs. You know, but it's how do I, I go on Indeed and they're all gone. You know, they're all, somebody's got them already. And then all the warehouse positions, they're flooding the country with people that don't even really necessarily belong here. So you can't even get a warehouse position either. And then, you can't, if you want to get in a kitchen, you better go before you have the Spanish to work in the kitchen, because it's, like every kitchen, it's almost like being a construction worker to be in the kitchens. And I'm not trying to say that in a bad way, because I know it's all for globalism. It's all for a better tomorrow. It's all for the greater good. It's all it's supposed to be on the side of humanity, but it's on the side of big business still. We're still, we're playing chess, humanity versus business, and then you just keep letting business move. We're not even moving as humanity. We don't even get to move our pieces anymore. We're just sitting waiting to be put in check. And I don't know, so many people that are working and they're not even doing anything when they're at work. Like they do basically nothing actual. Like how does it actually make money doing what they're doing? Like how do you actually extract, what is the actual value that you're providing by taking something that's $1 and then selling it for dollars? What you didn't that's not a net value that you provided to the economy. It's a net loss that you provided the economy with. You know what I mean? So I'm not really trying to do that either. I don't, because I could just be reselling stuff on eBay. Just learn how to ship stuff, learn how to put shipping labels on stuff, and then just resell stuff on eBay. Buy 1,000 of an item for $1 from China, and then sell each one of those items for $1 a piece on eBay here, whatever, But how does that? What is that? What value does that actually provide to the world? That's a net loss to the planet. You just served inflation. And as you said, local laws and Karens providing convenience, basically, yeah. Yeah, and I see so much of that going on. Like, it's all a supply chain. A lot of the convenience stores, they go to Sam's Club. They just go to Sam's Club and you buy a 24-pack of sodas and you bring them back to your little convenience store and you sell them for $2 a piece. It's just shit rolling downhill. I see so much of the supply chain. And it's like, oh, okay, all right. I'll just figure out how to sell rocks then. Fucking... Oh, y'all are selling rocks? You can just pick up rocks and paint them and then fucking sell them? What, the same thing like saying, it's like, what value does that actually provide to the world? What is me grabbing rocks off the side of the road and painting them? What value does that actually provide to the world? But I could sell these rocks for $5 a piece if I paint them nice enough. It's just a painted rock. I'm literally going grabbing rocks out of people's yards. They have gravel. A bunch of rocks. All these rocks just sitting laying everywhere. I'd start picking them up and, painting them and selling them. Or even go to another state and grab rocks from another state. Like, and then come to Florida selling rocks from Virginia. Virginia rocks. Come get these Virginia rocks, $1 a piece. And you just bought a ton. You bought a ton of gravel. You bought a 1 ton of gravel from Virginia. And you go down to Florida and start selling Virginia rocks, $1 a piece. You paid like $25 for a ton of gravel. I don't know how many rocks you're gonna get. And boiled peanuts, yep. Boiled peanuts and shrimp. French fries, roadside stand with some French fries and boiled peanuts and shit. And if you make real French fries, you just get potatoes and slice them up. You know what I mean? Which people would love. People would love at the same time. They'd be like fucking, they'd see a roadside stand with a bunch of bags of potatoes. And they'd be like, oh shit, like it's fresh cut French fries. After a while, you become the French fry guy. That French fry guy off there off the 92, on the Highway 92, there's that French fry guy down there. He's been there for like 5 years. Well, you're going to go about another 3 houses past that. You're going to see my street. Then go ahead and take a left. It's going to be the left side of the road. You're going to take a left about 3 houses after that French fry guy place. You know what I mean? It's whatever, man. And then, it doesn't really matter. It ultimately doesn't really fucking matter. You're only gonna be here for so long. You can't take nothing with you when you go. Ultimately, I think you'd be probably regarded higher for the less that you do. The way that our economy is. The less that you got involved with this shit, probably the better you'd be in the eyes of God. I should be seen, not necessarily, you know what I mean? There's all kinds of different things that weigh a human and, weigh their heart against a golden feather, all this shit, whatever. But, yeah. I think, honestly, God's gonna have higher remarks for the guy that lived without a car versus the guy that that worked hard enough to buy 7 BMWs. You know what I mean? I think God is gonna have better remarks and better. You did more. I don't know. You did more of a righteous path to not have a car versus having a 10-car garage. You obviously lived more of a righteous path to live a life without a car than to live a life with a 10-car garage. I think, honestly, and I don't think God's gonna view me any different from that either. You seen the system was corrupt, you realized it was corrupt, and education, you tried to use education, as a, as a perverted system to, justify the corruption of the planet, because the world is corrupt, and so we're going to use education as a hierarchy, so that way it's a little bit more fair and just, which I get. It's better than there not being the education system, but at the same time, you see, it's just all corruption anyway. The less you get involved with while you're here, you know what I mean? The less sins you're ultimately doing, you'd think, right? If the company you're working for is committing sins, and I'm not really trying to say, oh, sinner, chicken dinner type of shit, but, it's just consumptionism, moderation. But no, I'm not trying to say I feel like, oh, I'm a better person for living a life of poverty. But I think, you've made more sacrifice, I bet. The guy with a 10-car garage, I don't know if he really had to make any kind of sacrifice. He probably did. To some extent, because life is sacrifice, but suffrage is the word I should be using, I guess. Well, like I said, it's not really like you have to anyway. Like, you don't have to buy a house. You don't have to pay rent. You're just trying to impress a woman, and the woman's so selfish that she can't. Like, I get not wanting to mate, but you can't even like have fun while you're here because you don't want to pay your rent. Even it's kind of fucked up. You know what I mean? Like, it's just torture anyway. Like, I don't understand why I have to pay $1,500 a month just like to relieve myself from the torture that life is. Dude, come on. I'm trying to build our savings up as much as possible for my son. But if don't have kids or wanna, hang on, I can't read that hit brightness on this phone. But if don't want kids or want to leave stuff for him, then yeah, no point dying with a lot of money. Maybe to gift to charity. Yeah, and then, I'm not planning on that either, sort of. You know what I mean? Like, if I can save some of my wealth to pass it even to a nephew or a niece, or a distant second cousin or third cousin or something, I'm not going to try to burn through every little bit of wealth that I've accrued. You know what I mean? I'm trying to use it smart where I don't actually do that, but if that happens, well then, oh well, it was my money, I made it. They can make their own. You know what I mean? Like, and then with inflation, it only gets easier to make $100. Like, as time goes on, yeah, inflation's a bitch. Honestly, I get it. You know what I mean? But like, it honestly has gotten easier to make $100 at the same time. You can't really deny that, because I remember working all day to make $64, and that was before taxes. Now I kind of just fuck around on my phone and make $100 a day. The unfortunate reality, hardly any chance. Right. Well, still, the unfortunate reality is you can go to another country and then you start trading goats. You get 2 goats and then you have 14 goats and then you're set. Even though it's 2026. I almost wanted to get one of these. I think it's a 2-liter. It's a 2-liter cup. It's a cup that's a 2-liter. And then the first fill is free, but you got to pay $20 for the cup, and then they charge you double to fill it. They charge you double to fill it. Like, granted, you're leaving less of a carbon footprint because you have like a reusable cup, and it's like 2 of the size of this cup anyway. So it makes sense that you'd have to pay double because it's like 2 of these, maybe a little bit more is that.
Thank you. Have a good day. Anything else okay for you guys down here? Anything else? You back? Nothing. Alright, anything else for you today? Okay, just place it right there.
Please take your items.
I think that music's playing a little bit too loud.
Transaction complete. Please take your items.
You too, ma'am.
Transaction complete. Please take your items.
Thank you, sweetheart.
Not a problem, ma'am. It's a primitive instinct. We can't help it. And I think, Fred, I've done a little bit of research. I didn't ask anybody directly, but I've done a little bit of research. And from what I can see, there's gotta be lesbians that are into boobs. There's gotta be. From what I can see, since I've been looking, I feel like there are definitely lesbian women that are into boobs. They like boobs. Because that's, like, I don't know, not like the whole reason they're lesbian, but there are at least some certain lesbians that like boobs. I can tell from recent observations. If you want me to elaborate any further, I can. But like women will constantly you got nice boobs. Or your nipples are pretty. I wish I had nipples like yours. I wish my nipples don't, like my nipples look like this, and I wish my nipples, were like yours. Mine, I like fucking pencil erasers that stick out. I wish I had, you know what I mean. They'll talk about each other's boobs and compliment each other's boobs and stuff. So I think if you were more tweaked to like women as a woman, I think it'd be one of the things that you definitely would be into, because it's like part of the female anatomy. I feel you'd have to be like, there's boobs girls, there's butt girls, there's probably legs girls, just like there's legs guys, and there might even be girls that are into women feet. You know what I mean? It's just a matter of personal preference, but. Like, I think if you're a woman that likes female, a personal preference, I don't think that you wouldn't be disgusted by boobs. I don't think, you know what I mean? But from what I can see, yeah, I would assume a lesbian that is also into boobs would be into boobs, I guess, if that makes sense. It makes sense that a lesbian would be into boobs. You know what I mean? Because, like, there's some women, think about the way some women are with balls. Some women are, like, really infatuated with balls for some reason. You know what I mean? To a guy, they're just balls. They're just kind of like, sometimes they're in the way. You know what I mean? Like, they're just balls. You know what I mean? They stink sometimes, they're hairy. They're just balls. But some women, because just the way that they're tuned, they just really like, balls, or like, a rug chest, 1980s rug chest type chest hair. You know what I mean? And you wouldn't want a woman that's got a bunch of hair on her chest, or say she's got a bunch of hair on her lower back, or a bunch of hair on her upper lip, or she's got like a happy trail. She's got like hair under her belly button. I've seen that before. It's just like. There's some grizzlies over here in America too, because like part of America, like, we're the rejects, like we're the people that we couldn't make it in our own country, so we left. you know, decided to go build in another country. It's crazy. And then there's some Native Americans that they're praying that we'll eventually fight each other and kill each other, and then they'll have their land back. They're still praying that's what's going to happen. We'll end up, the English and the French will end up going to war with each other, and then they'll end up getting their land back after we kill each other. Gonna do it? Oh, well, you let the car behind you do it. You done lost out now. About 20 bucks in gas made $140. That's pretty good. Majority of the money that I made on Uber, so that's good, because that's money that I can see faster. If I make it on DoorDash, I have to wait till next Tuesday to see it. But it was nice sending a $600 fucking payment over to Capital One after buying $500 of Bitcoin. Buy $500 of Bitcoin and then make a $600 payment on your credit card too. That's awesome. Right? Thank you, Fred. Appreciate that, man. And I wasn't expecting it. Like at the beginning of the week, I was just like, you know, I was just doing my thing. I was like, you know, like, yeah, I'm gonna try doing Uber, like indoor. Like it takes a decent level of your mental capacity, sort of. I know it sounds a little weird, you know, but it is. It's a little bit of a headache to sit there and try to juggle both of these apps. You have both these apps, and then, you know, you're trying to, you know, I was trying to make 100 on this one and then make 100 on this one. You know what I mean? And I was doing that. I did it for like 4 of the 7 days last week. Made 100 on Uber and 100 on DoorDash, you know, or at least tried to. And then, yeah, at the end of the week, I was like, holy fuck. I was like, I did. I actually made like 500 over here and then like 600 over here. What the hell? And then, like, really, the goal is to make 100 a day. You know, like, well, 120. So let's say the goal is to make 800 a week. The goal is to make 800 a week, because at least 100 goes into gas anyway. So yeah, if I'm making 800 a week is roughly $100 a day, and then that's not profit, because there's a bunch of shit I have to cover. You know, insurance, food. You know, other than gas, you know, so there's a bunch of shit I still have to cover. And I know somebody commented on the last short that I posted, and I said in the video, I was like, minus expenses. Like I said that in the video. I was like, so I made 11 or 1200 minus the expenses from doing the work. And then the guy commented, he's like, yeah, but you're forgetting gas and taxes, etc., car insurance. And I'm like, dude, I'm thinking in my head, I'm like, you have to pay car insurance either way. Whether you're using your car to make money with, you know, like if you got to pay car insurance either way. There's no way out of that. If you want to drive a car legally, you need car insurance. So it's like, you know, but he doesn't know the whole story where, you know, car insurance is my rent. But my car is insured. I can park anywhere as long as there's not a sign that says no overnight parking. There's no fence. There's no gate. I didn't trespass, you know. Like there's certain places still I can just go park because I have insurance. If I were to get woken up by the police and told I need to move, I still at least got a nap, and I can move. I have insurance. I'm good to go. That's my rent. You know, which I would have to pay that either way, whether I was working for Uber Eats or DoorDash or fucking Ace Hardware or fucking Wendy's or, you know, anywhere I work there. I'm gonna be working just far enough away where I'm gonna need a car, and I'm gonna have to pay car insurance. That's how they got the whole thing. The whole thing is set up that way. You know. Then, you know, if you can find a job that you can walk to instead of using your car, instead of using a car to get to work, if you found a job that you can walk to, it probably pays like shit. So people are going to make you feel like shit or call you a brokey and this, that, and the other, so that you eventually have to get a car because you want to go get a better job, because, you know, the job, you know, people are giving you shit for the job you're working. The reason you're working that job is so that you don't have to have a car. So you gotta go, you know, then you gotta go do all this shit to impress people. Go get a car. Go, you know, find a job that's an hour away that pays more, so that way you can say that you're making more money per hour, even though $6 of the money you're making each hour goes to your car. You know, it's like, you're making $18 an hour, but a third of the money that you're making goes right back into your car, so you're still only making $12 an hour. Or you could just make $15 to play stupid at fucking McDonald's and then just walk to work. Avoid giving the car industry any of your time, money, and energy. Fuck it, like then they want to make you look like you're screwing yourself, because then, you know, you're worth $40 an hour, but you're willing to work for $15. You know, and that's gonna happen either fucking way. You know, it's like and you know, I've got friends that make over $40 an hour to look at a computer screen. Tell me how that makes any fucking sense. Well, hell. About 9:30. Like I said, I think I've hit about 140. At least 140 I've made today. Tuesday. I'm gonna go around the back of the building and use the bathroom. Yeah, you still be watching that Jilted Valkyrie chick at all, or? I tried watching her video this morning. I couldn't stay focused. I was like, oh, it's just another video. She just made another video. I was like, I couldn't quite follow what was going on. She was doing some kind of road trip. She's driving all the way to Indiana or something. And I was like, oh, okay. I don't know. I watched it, but I don't know if I was actually paying attention. Oh man, a good show tonight. Good work. The people in stuffed toys are out there. Yeah. Which, man, I've thought about it, man. I could be a furry. I mean, like, I wouldn't want to be a furry all the time. But I think it'd be fun to go to one of the furry parties, just to see everything that goes on. And it's just a big orgy. You know, everybody's wearing a mascot costume, and it's just a big orgy. You know what I mean? So it's like nobody would even really know who you are. You know, you'd be in the furry costume, and you could be anything in the furry costume. You could be Rocket the raccoon or something, you know, fucking whatever. just you know, like I wouldn't want to go to them. Maybe I wouldn't go to them all the time or like one a year or something. But it'd be cool. It'd be cool to go to a furry. Just 30 people all in a pile humping each other. Like as long as it was a lot of girls. Like it's a pile of 30 people, and like there's 20 women. It's like, it'd be kind of cool. But I'm not like like super duper into it. It's kind of weird at the same time. But there's a part of my head that's like, well, fuck, I'd still try it, It'd have to be you'd have to do it like somewhere cold, you know what I mean? You'd have to do it during winter. Because you gotta think, it's like 110 degrees in them outfits. I think like anybody that mentions it, they've thought about it. That's the reason they're mentioning it. The reason they're even mentioning it is because they're thinking about it, and that's why they're mentioning it. They're probably a little bit, they're too closeted, they're too conservative to where they're actually going to admit that, like, oh yeah. But yeah, I think, honestly, like, think about how many people get laid on Halloween. Like half of the costumes for women they just look like some sort of a slut. Like you're not a nurse, you're a slutty nurse. You're not a teacher, you're a slutty teacher. You're not a librarian, you're a slutty librarian. You're not a doctor, you're a slutty doctor. Like it's like half the costumes for women, probably more than half. Like just like some slutty, just like some slut costume they wear. I'm not trying to say it to be offensive. I'm trying to say it to, like, make a point, because it is kind of weird. But at the same time, it's socially acceptable. It's like the one night a year. It's it's more socially acceptable to be a slut on Halloween than it is to be a slut on Valentine's Day. If you're a slut on Valentine's Day, everybody's like, oh yeah, they hooked up because it was Valentine's Day. Like they're trying to be a couple now because they don't want to just be like, oh yeah, we didn't just hook up on Valentine's Day. We're trying to be a couple. So now they're trying to be like we've all kind of seen some kind of a relationship like that where the couple got together on Valentine's Day. So now it was like a one night fling type of shit, but there's a certain level of romance that's in the air, and so they've got higher hopes, higher expectations of the relationship being something, and it was really just, they didn't want to be alone on Valentine's Day. Yeah, slutty nun. The flying nun, no. You've always had a thing for nuns. That's weird. Like I don't know. Me, it's more goth chicks. Like maybe that's what it is. You got a thing for goth chicks, and that's what makes you have a thing for nuns, because you're actually into goth chicks. What I was thinking about yesterday, it's like you can call an emo a goth, and you're okay, but don't call a goth an emo, because they might stab you. So it's better just call them goth. If you don't know if they're goth or emo, like you don't know, they could be goth, they could be emo, or they could even be punk or something, or they could be scene. They could be scene, goth, emo, or punk. You're not sure. Just call them goth, right? Because odds are you're not going to be offended if you're a scene kid and someone's calling you goth, I don't think you're really going to be too offended by it. You'd be like, no, I'm actually scene. You'll correct them and be like, no, I'm scene, I'm not goth. But like, you know, if you're a goth and someone's calling you emo, like I said, you're ready to stab them almost. Like you're like, you're a little bit more civilized than that. But you know, you're not ready to stab. You're like, did you just call me emo? I'm goth. So like, yeah, I was thinking of that. Like, you're in the clear. Just call them goth, even if they are emo. They'll correct you. Like, no, I'm actually emo. I'm not goth. But yeah, so I don't know. One of the weird thoughts I was thinking last night. It's just like, I wonder why goths don't get offended if you call them goths, and emos don't really get offended if you call them goths. But don't call a goth an emo. It's just like one of the things I learned in middle school. Car's been doing pretty good, Jerry. I put about $500 into it last week, getting it all. I took a week off and spent like $500 getting the car back up and running order. So it was, you know, the following week I had to really make some money. But I'm doing good. Car's running good. You know, I got the timing belt switched. I got the water pump, a new water pump, the timing belt, you know, because they have the pulleys and all that shit. It was better. Basically got the whole timing system, the whole serpentine belt system is all replaced except for one idler. There's one idler, and I think I can hear it. It's like the one thing that didn't get changed, I can hear. And I might have to have the guy go back in there and get that last little part, switch it out. But it's fine for now. It sounds a lot better than it did. The gas mileage feels like it's better. And at the same time, when he did the water pump, it forced him to have to do a coolant flush too. Which I wasn't really, it wasn't my scheme or nothing. What, you know, I was planning on getting my coolant flushed because the coolant's been in this car for as long as I've had the car. So the coolant's been in this car for like 6 years as far as I know. You know what I mean? So it was a good time to get the coolant flushed and do all that, put some new radiator fluid, you know. But yeah, and he only charged me, like if I were to went somewhere just to get the coolant flush, that's what he charged me. And he went ahead, did the serpentine belt, changed out the water pump, changed out a whole nother pulley, and then only took him about an hour. You know what I mean? It wasn't like it took him I wasn't without a car for the whole day or something, you know what I mean? But yeah, it just worked out pretty good. And it was $80 to the mechanic minus the parts. And the parts were, oddly enough, they were on sale that week at my work. I was waiting for, because normally we get 20% off the parts at my job. And then for like 1 week in October, and then, you know, like another week, you know, 2 weeks a year, they get a week where we get 40% off instead of 20% off. And I was waiting for that week. I wasn't even sure when it was coming or nothing. It just happened to actually be at the same time that I finally broke down and was, you know, because the car was sounding bad. I was afraid one of the pulleys were going to snap off, and then the whole, you know, without the alternator moving in the back, you know, so I was just going to be fucked if that serpentine belt snapped or one of the pulleys were to fall off, you know. Or I don't know enough about cars to think, you know, what, you know. So, but anyway, it was making so much noise. I was like, I got to get this fixed. And then, yeah, I got that all fixed, and yeah, like I said, I feel like the gas mileage is a little bit better now, and I don't have to worry. She's not going to overheat. She shouldn't overheat. The coolant's brand new. You know, should be good to go for a minute. And yeah, she's only at 213,000 miles. I'm hoping I got at least a 250,000-mile engine, which she's going to make it to that. I can feel, like, you know, I can feel by the way she is. At 213,000, she's easily got another 40,000 miles in her. You know what I mean? But yeah, I got a 250,000-mile engine, and I might have a 500,000-mile engine. That's about what it feels like. But if I have a 500,000-mile engine, I don't know, man. Like if I need to get an engine swap, it'll be cheaper just to get another car. You know what I mean? If I gotta get an engine swap or like a transmission rebuild, it'll be cheaper just to get another car. And it'll be a slight upgrade too. You know what I mean? It's like if it's $3,000 to do an engine swap or $3,000 to just get a different car, you know, and then, you know, then I have like a 2011, you know, maybe not. 2011s, they'll still try to get 10 grand out of those. You know, it's a 2013 We're selling it for $13,000. It went up in price since it was created. But no, she's doing good. But I'm done. I'm not spending any more money on her. So she's got to make it. We're just going to have to make do. I'll buy some new shoes. Like, if I got to get new tires, I understand that. Or, you know. But I don't think I'm going to spend any more money on maintenance stuff. I got new front tires I got to get still. But I'm waiting. Because they can, you know, I might as well. They got another 5,000 miles on them still. You know, I might as well wait until I pick up a nail. Or run all, you know, until the tread's gone. I'm starting to see metal. If I start to see metal, sidewall, you know, whatever. I start to see metal, then, okay, yeah, I'll go ahead and get them replaced. But to get them replaced now, you know, like I said, they've got 4,000 more miles on them. I'm losing 4,000 miles. You know what I mean? It's better I'll just keep an eye on them. I've got the money put aside, sort of. My credit card's paid down where I can, you know, if an emergency situation, I can get the tire replaced. I don't have a spare as it is, so I'm fucked. You know, if I do need to retire, if I do need to get a tire, like an emergency situation, I'm fucked either way on that. But yeah, I'm trying to be preemptive about it, but at the same time, you know, I want to get the most mileage I can out of the tire. You know what I mean? Just for how many times you get a screw or a nail, and then you've got so much tread left on that tire, but you still got to get it replaced. You know, all those times. You know, you got like there's like 70,000 more miles on that tire, but you know, it's just like fuck. I'm just, you know, I'm gonna, you know, for that happening later on in my life, and already I'm just gonna run the shit out of these wheels until I catch a nail. Which, it surprised me, man, these tires, how far they've gone and everything too. Yeah, they're getting bald. I'm just holding out. More money, I don't know, more money spent, less money saved. Really, I'm thinking about it, man. I get the Capital One zeroed out. If I get it all the way zeroed out, I might still use it. Might zero it out and then use it for my day-to-day expenses, and then pay it off like a monthly bill. Just like a monthly bill. But this monthly bill was my living expenses. You know what I mean? So like my Capital One basically becomes my rent. And then I use my Capital One, right? I use that card because I get a percentage back. I get cash back for using the card. So it is kind of stupid in a way, but like, you know, there's certain things I'm gonna have to buy as it is. You know what I mean? And so I might as well get 1% cash back, or up to 3% cash back on certain purchases. You know what I mean? So it's like, well, fuck, if I'm gonna use a card to pay anyway, whether it be my bank card or my credit card or this other credit card or my Capital One card. But the Capital One card is the only one that actually gives me any kind of cash back for using it in the first place. There's an incentive to use that card. And then if I keep it zeroed out before the month closes, I zero it back out. There's no interest. I should have to, you know, if I get to that point where I'm actually like responsible with a credit card, then that'd be cool. And I'm making 1.5% back on everything that I am actually buying. And then, you know, I'm not trying to buy too much shit as it is, but I get 1.5% cash back when I go to Taco Bell. That's cool. You know? Just like, you know, even that's like it's $100 spent is like only $1, but still, I'm gonna spend $100 either way. Closed one last month. Hell yeah. That's about what I was. My buddy told me, he's like, whatever one's the lowest balance, he said you should pay that one off first, and then it gets rid of one completely. You know, like you got 3 cards, one's got $3,000 on it. You got one card that's got $1,000 on it, and you got one card that's got $300 on it. He said, go ahead and close, like you did, close, go aim for the smallest one, get that one knocked out, and then you have one less bill the following month where you can take that payment, that $300 card, it's paid off, so now you got $100 you could put on the $1,000 limit one. You know what I mean? And I was like, yeah, I get that. That makes sense. But I'm like, but between the two that I've got one with 30% interest, and I've got one with 11% interest. The one with 11% interest, yeah, that's my lower balance. But the one with 30% interest, that's the one I need to be working on because it's triple the interest. You know what I mean? Yeah, and then keep all that. So I don't even know, dude. I'm wanting to turn credit off. Cause I don't even want to use it. I'm done. I don't even fuck with them. I don't even want to fuck with credit. Like, I don't know where that came from. I don't know who brought that here, why it's here. All it does is help, it helps the inflation, helps give them more of a reason to keep inflating things because we have the credit system, and the credit system and it's just debt, it's debt. It's another word for debt, So I'm trying to I could just turn my credit off because I don't plan on using it. I don't want someone else to use it either. You know what I mean? Since I'm not planning on using it, just go ahead and shut it off. I don't need it. Unless you want to put medical bills on it, you can go ahead and stack all the medical bills you want on that shit. Because I'm not using it to buy a house anyway. You know what I mean? Like the major thing you have credit for is because the housing. The housing situation. Housing, you don't want to rent, you want to buy. And the main thing, like cars and house. The main thing you're using credit for is cars and then house, ultimately. You know what I mean? But if you're planning on just buying hoopties, buying a car that's I don't want to spend more than $5,000 on a car, ever. I've already done it, I've already done it like twice, I think. Spent more than $5,000 on a car, Just like, yeah, exactly. Like, I don't know, man. But yeah, like if you're not planning on buying a house, what do you really need credit for? Because I mean, you can get a car even without credit. You find one on Craigslist for $1,000, or hell, you could find one on Craigslist. They want $4,000 for it. And be like, well, here I got 1,000. Can I give you 1,000 and then I pay you $500 a month? And like, you keep it. I want to buy it off you, but I don't have $4,000. You keep it. It'll stay in your yard. I'll give you 1,000 a day to hold it for me, and then I'll give you $500 a month, and then I'll pay. And when I give you $4,000, then you transfer the title over. You know what I mean? Like, there's ways you can work deals out with people. You don't really even need credit to buy a car because they're not so extravagantly priced yet to where you really need to get credit involved. But with housing, good luck finding a family member that'll spot you $50K. You know what I mean? Just good luck. You got anybody that's gonna spot you $250,000 that you can buy a house with, and you just pay them back instead of getting the bank involved? You know what I mean? And then that's pretty much with the whole credit system. That's all it's done is like help inflate the market. That's why I said I don't think credit was really not a good thing to have. Like, I mean, the only actual money is gold. Everything else is credit. You know what I mean? The only actual money is Bitcoin. Everything else is some form of credit. But yeah, I think that's what I need. I need one with a $300 limit. One with a $300 limit for like monthly bullshit. Whatever, whatever. I want to spend some money on Amazon, or I want to go to Walmart, or my movie tickets, my gym membership, and my movie ticket. $300 limit. A card with a $300 limit for that. And another card with a $1,000 limit just for emergency type of shit. Like, oh, I need to get 4 tires now. I got a card with a $1,000 limit that's zeroed out, ready for it. You know what I mean? But yeah, I think that's what they did to me is they gave me more credit. They gave me a higher line of credit than I actually even made in a month. And then my credit, I have more debt than I actually even make in 1 month. And it was just, I was upside down, and I'm upside down for the longest time, especially with the 30% interest rate, and then everything getting tighter every fucking where. I don't, but I got the extra $100 to make a payment, but then I need to swipe my card before the end of the month. Like you put Caleb Hammer, I watched some of his shit. He's like, it's cool. He's like, you made a $500 payment on the card, but then you have $788 of purchases. So, like, what did the $500 payment do? And I'm like doing shit like that to myself, and I'm like, oh God, yeah. I'm like, but at the same time, it's like you're stuck because, like, if like you're trying to get the card paid down, so you moved all the money from your bank account to the card, and then you don't want your bank to overdraw, so you're using the card because at least the card will stop you from swiping. It won't let you, it won't charge you an overdraft fee because you went negative. At least the card will stop you from buying it. And that's pretty much what I do. Like well, eventually I'll be put in the corner or something. Like I'll be putting time out eventually. I'll just keep swiping it till then. I don't have to worry about my bank overdrafting though. Because it's weird. It's weird that your bank even does that. Like, if you don't have the money, they shouldn't let you swipe your card, Like, it's weird that your bank will let you go negative just to charge you that overdraft fee rather than just denying the transaction at the beginning, Like, you're trying to spend $24 and you only have $18 in your account. It shouldn't allow you to spend the $24, Just like, that's the way it should work. But nope, it's built where you can go negative, and then somebody that's negative in their bank account, they want to charge a fee too. The guy that has so much money that he's negative, they charge a fee. Yeah, it's stupid, man. That's why I say I figure, like I'm halfway to done. Look at that as an optimist and a pessimist at the same time. Like, I'm halfway done. I'm halfway through this bullshit they call Earth. And it ain't been all bad. Like, really, it was okay until COVID. You know what I mean? Like, it was kind of weird. Like, a year before COVID, it was kind of weird. There was, things were kind of a little weird. Things were like, we could tell something big was coming. Like, a year before COVID, we just weren't sure. We weren't sure if it was going to be COVID. You know what I mean? We didn't know what it was going to be called. But we could, I at least, from me and my perspective, I could tell something was coming. And then, my boss was giving me shit about Bitcoin at the time. And he was talking to me about, I was like, because I was showing him, I'm like, yeah, I want to be a day trader, like kind of, I could just like, like if I get enough money into this, and then I can, sell at the right time in the market and the right, right point in the day. And then, I'm like, I'm only working for $100. If I, if I got $10,000 in my portfolio, and then, that goes, I catch it at the right time of day, and my $10,000 is $10,300 sell, and I know it's going to, crash it, boom, if I can, I was telling, I could probably just make like $100 a day just to be trading the stuff that's in my portfolio. And he was like, oh yeah, you're going to become a Bitcoiner, and I'm like, I was like, what? That's stupid. I'm like, you're talking about that digital currency crap? I was like, come on. Everyone thinks it's gonna, like, we're gonna, what was I saying? I don't know. Like, Bitcoin's gonna replace the dollar. People, I don't know. People think that, I don't know. It's just like the shit I was saying. I don't know, dude. It was like before my psychology had actually flipped, and I was still, my trust was still in the fiat system. You know what I mean? I thought that I was going to make more by working hard, not just, working hard, just like I thought I was going to actually be making more because I was working hard, not just be getting thank yous for working hard, I don't know, man. That's what they want for us, not to be able to afford to pay it off. So constantly paying interest. Well, they're trying to say the other way, Fred. They're trying to say that they're trying to cause so much inflation that the price that we have in debt, they're just trying to inflate it away, basically. You know what I mean? Like, if you're $3,000 in debt, well, the problem is you're only making $1,000 a month, right? So they figure what they need to do is just dump more money. just keep dumping buckets of money on the top until eventually it falls down out of the hands of the CEOs. That's what they think that they're going to do. They're just going to keep dumping buckets of money up on the top, like Donkey Kong throwing barrels. They're just going to keep throwing barrels of money, but the only thing is, yeah, they think that because they're going to inflate it, like when we're making $100 an hour, being $3,000 in debt, here you go. 1 week, okay, here you go. You know what I mean? That's what their logic is. They want everybody to stay at the level you are in debt till eventually the amount of debt you have is like 1 day's pay. And then you just take 1 day's pay and pay off your debt. You know what I mean? Like, that's an exaggeration. It's not gonna be quite that easy. But, it's kind of you can hold, like, if I'm $3,000 in debt and I stay $3,000, say I keep making the minimum payment, I'll eventually pay it off, right? But say if I'm $3,000 in debt, I maintain $3,000 in debt for 10 or 20 years. 10, 20 years from now, it'll be easier to pay off the 20, because you got 20 years of inflation. And then 20 years of inflation, shit, that's basically going to add 2 more zeros onto everything. 20 years of inflation, that's going to basically add 2 more zeros onto everything. So that $3,000, like I said, that's going to be like 1 day of work. That's what their idea is. That's what they're thinking is going to happen. Well, at the same time, we won't be able to afford houses, and we'll be eating more potatoes, and we'll be spreading the wealth or something like that. That's what they're saying. So, it's all right. Honestly, it is kind of, I don't know, man. You gotta, like, if I have to eat potatoes for the rest of my life so that we can hook the whole planet up with electricity, I'll do it. You know what I mean? Like, we can eventually, like, if I gotta eat potatoes for the rest of my life so that we can afford for the rest of the world to have running water and electric, like, in a decent time frame, like, let's say in the next 50 years, you know what I mean? 50 years, we ought to be able to do it too. Like, 50 years is a lot of time. You know what I mean? Honestly, that's a lot of time. 50 years from now, we can't get everybody on the planet to have running water and electric. Then I don't know what kind of wealth we were spreading then. You know what I mean? Because really, it's not wealth anyway. It's work over time. It's wealth over time. Like adding, like putting a penny in each of your shoes, and then you go and you walk with a penny in each shoe, and you make $1 at the end of the day. And it's over time. It's not really that we're wealthy. It's that generations and generations, like, we're all building on top of what the man before us had left. You know what I mean? So it's like, it's not that we're wealthy. It's a lot of hard work. It's like 8 generations of hard work. You know what I mean? That is just done on a different scale, with the scale of the whole everything, man. Everything's all getting fucked up right now. When men were actually paid a daily wage weighted in gold, the value of your labor was actually weighted in gold. Oh yeah, and I got my my renewal, my pilot's license renewal too. That was like $100. So I took care of a bunch of bills. Basically. Insurance is the next thing coming up, but I got days on that. I already made the money today anyway. I'm good to go. Yeah. Insurance comes out on the 3rd, and I literally just made the money to pay that today. The whole thing. I didn't even make a half of it or a piece of it, a deposit, $20 towards it. No. The whole insurance payment I already made. So now I got until the 3rd. It's basically extra money. Every dollar I'm making minus gas it's gonna be extra money because there's nothing other than food I have to spend it on. Insurance is paid, and then after insurance is after that date, then I got like 10 days to start working on the internet bill. But like I said, I'm only halfway worried about the internet bill anymore. So then, yeah, the internet bill, that's gone. Then I pay the phone. The phone bill, that's no big deal. It's like $90. Which is, it's not, 90 sounds like a lot. It does. It sounds like, it's kind of, But you gotta remember, I have 2 phones. I've got 2 phones, and then that $90 pays for her line as well. So I'm still doing her a favor by paying her cell phone bill, basically, which is only like $30. It's not a big deal. It's really not. You know what I mean? It's like I would have to pay, like I said, I'd have to pay 60, so 60 or 90. I'd just go ahead and pay 90, and then, like I said, it's kind of helping her out. She doesn't have to worry about her phone. It's just on. You know what I mean? And then, so, yeah, it's pretty much, that's how I do everything. And then once I get the phone paid, the internet paid, then I put money on the credit cards. And yeah, because pretty much, the sooner I can make a payment on the credit cards, the sooner I can wait till the next month before I even have to worry about it. But yeah, like if, as soon as I see, oh, it's the 1st, or it's the 2nd, it's the 3rd, it's the 4th, once I, oh, it's a new month, cause sometimes it take me a couple of days to realize, oh shit, we're in July now. Oh, it's July 3rd, It's just like, it might be August 2nd before I realize it's August. But like, once I realize it's August 2nd, go ahead and make a credit card payment as soon as possible, and then I don't have to worry about it until I start to see September on the calendar, because I already went, I paid as soon as the month changed. I made the payment for the month. That's pretty much what I do. Try to make a payment on the cards in the first week of the month, and then I can use it again if I need it. I already made the payment. They wanted me to send $99. I sent the $99, and then so I had to swipe it for $125 still. I'll send you some more money. Just like, it's pretty much what I've been doing. And it's not too bad, man. Like I said, I'm getting a little bit more used to it, a little bit more crazier every day, so it's getting easier. But it's like, I don't know, it's crazy how they want to make it illegal for me to just like tie a hammock between 2 trees and say, this is my home. I don't have a house, but this is my home. I don't mind working, but I don't need as much as y'all are trying to sell me. As much as you're trying to sell me, you're trying to sell me out. And I ain't, not trying to work until I leave. You know what I mean? You're trying to sell me until I'm all the way out of here. And then leave me where I'm in debt, and then my kids have to cover it, I'll work hard my whole life and be so financially set that at the end of my life, in my 70s, I'll have to use my kid to co-sign for me to be able to get an RV. That's what I'll get. That's what I'll get for working hard my whole life. And if I die before the RV's paid off, my kid either has to make a decision if they want to cover the payments to keep the RV or just lose it. But they don't get a house. Yep. And damned if you do, damned if you don't. But yeah, man, I'm gonna try to like I was saying earlier. I'm gonna try and use the inflation to my advantage, because to me, that $3,000, I'm $3,000 in debt. To me, that $3,000 in debt, if I was living indoors, that's like 6 months. 6 months or more of like hard, nose to the grindstone, fucking working my ass off, 6 or 7 days a week, right? Me for like 6 months, because I also live indoors and there's a certain amount of bills I have to pay from being, having a household and all this shit, sticking, staying up to date with the system and doing all this shit, running as fast as everybody else just so I can pay as much as they are, doing all this shit. It'd be like 6 months on a realistic time frame of paying back $3,000. But like I said, I'm trying to use inflation to my advantage, where my current situation, like I said, if I could really grind, really push it, man, I could do it in like 1 month, pay off that $3,000, make $100 a day, $3,000, all on the card, boom, here you go. But it's been difficult. I've been trying to do that since June 1st. I figured like the whole month of June, I was like, oh, I might be able to do it, just push and make $120 a day, have Capital One paid off by the end of it. And I'm still working on it, man. I got like half. Took me 2 months to get like half. So maybe another 2 months I'll be able to get the other half, and it'll still take me about 6 months. Like, and it's crazy to me too. But the part of that is the gas, man. Part of that is the gas. Like, gas is just, and it's summer. I can't live in my car and not run the AC. If it does work, I'm gonna be running it. So I'm just like, it's just burning through gas. Like, if it was still $2.75, oh my god, it'd be, I wouldn't be rolling in money, but shit, I'd be making an extra, probably an extra $100 a week just from gas being at $2.75 versus $3.75. I'd probably be saving $100 a week from $1 less on gas. I'd probably buy 100 gallons of gas. I don't know. I'd have to count that. Actually, I'm interested in that now. I want to know how many gallons of gas do I buy a week? But I'd have to measure it for like 4 weeks or so, get an average how many gallons I use per week, and average it out for 4 weeks and come up with like an actual, and then that's like 1 month. That 1 month, that 1 month could be different from other months, but still, I bet I use, let's see, I normally put in like 4 gallons, and sometimes I gotta put in fuel twice a day. Today I only had to put in fuel once. Like, I started with the gas light on, basically, put $20 in. $20 got me 5.5 gallons. I bought a little bit more than normal, because I was like, oh, I want to go a little bit further, because I'm stopping all the time to get gas, like, especially if I only put like $10 in. For a while I was that tight on funds, where I was like, I only have $10, like I can't, I got to see what I can make out of 10 to see if I can even still keep doing this. You know what I mean? I was like, I'm gonna see what, with the 10 turns into 35, all right, I could probably still do this, I guess, But no, at 10, I was having to stop like fucking every other delivery and put gas in. I'm like, dude, this is... So I went up to 15, and 15 stretching a little bit further. I could run like 5 or 6 deliveries off of $15 in gas. Sort of. Probably sometimes more than that. It depends where they are, how long I'm sitting in between orders. But yeah, say if it's popping, I could probably run 10 deliveries out of $15 in gas. But if it's a long day and just sitting there running my AC, I could probably run 3 orders out of $15 in gas. Which I can. I'd say 3 on the minimum. And then with DoorDash, the way that they pay and the way that I move, I'm making, like I said, $7, $8, $9 per run. So I'm making a little bit. And I run the 3, make $21. And then it cost me $15 to make $21, you know. It's a slow process, man. It's really annoying. Put 15 in and make 20 back. You get this machine, I put $15 in and $20 comes back out of it. I just kind of tap my feet a little bit, look out for other people's machines. And it's a little bit better than that. It's not quite 15 in and only 21. I can put about 15 in and get about $50 back. Today I put 15 in and made 140. So I don't know, you know, it's weird. I put 20 in. I put 20 in, but the gas light was on before I started delivering. I needed gas to do 1 delivery. Or wait, was that? No, wait. Yeah, no, I definitely woke up, because when I woke up, I had to even angle the car. Sometimes the way the car's leaning this way, right? If the car's leaning this way, I got a 1/4 tank of gas. If the car's leaning this way, the gas light's on. You know what I mean? So I put the car, had it leaning like this to make it look like I had gas. Make it look like I had gas. When I woke up this morning, I had to park the car like this to make it look like I had gas for a minute. And then, yeah, with that little bit of gas, I just kind of goofed around for like 2 hours. Watched some Asman, watched some Jack Morgan. You know what I mean? Because I don't know. I was like, I didn't want to go live quite yet. You know what I mean? Because I knew it was going to be slow still. It was Tuesday. You know what I mean? I was like, wasn't really ready to start talking, doing all that. I was like, oh, I just want to make some money for a little bit, and then I'll see how I feel later once I started making some money. You know what I mean? But I do need to switch format. Like, I'll still live stream every now and then, but I need to switch to making more like a video, posting videos on the YouTube. Probably just doing like 2 days of a live stream sort of thing, where, you know, it'd be just like a ride along, or if I am actually doing something peculiar, I could, you know, be like live streaming myself doing that, you know, whatever. Oh, I'm at a car show, or, you know, if like, oh, I'm at a high school hockey game or something. I don't know. Fucking whatever. Just went a high school hockey game in Florida. Had to come check it out. You know. Yeah, I've always wanted to do one of the motorcycle ride out events. You know, there's like 200 bikers, and they have a little route. You just do your little route, and the cops know, they're already aware. It's just it's a thing that they do. It's not illegal. But you know, like 200 or like 500 bikers all meet up. And then you just go, you do this little ride out. You just ride, like it's like a little 20-mile ride or whatever. Just a bunch of bikers all together. I've always wanted to do that, never done it. Yeah. I even had a bike for a little while. I had a motorcycle. I just didn't even know. I tried Googling like how to find it, you know. You figure, you know, you just reach out, figure, you know, you find Facebook groups or whatever. I don't know, man. I couldn't figure out. I was like, fucking, how do it? Like, I'm sure there's people doing ride out events. Like, what the fuck? Like, there's probably like one every month somewhere in the state of Florida. You know, I'm trying to find one that's like street bike only, like no Harleys at least. Because Harleys, man, they're just so loud, man. And if you're going to one that's the opposite, Harleys and no street bikes, oh my god, you gotta have earplugs. You know what I mean? Like, oh my god, I'm having a headache just thinking about it. All these different Harley riders, their engines just going nuts on each other. You know, their balls are swelling up every time they're twisting their throttle and shit. Like, oh my god, it's so annoying. But yeah, if I want like one of the street bike ride out events, which there you get loud too. You know what I mean? But usually street bikes, they're more stealth. You know, there'll be a couple of guys with loud pipes or whatever, but they're not like Harley riders where, you know, it'll be a loud pipe competition at some point. You know, who's got the loudest engine at some point at the Harley meetup. That's gonna happen. We'll get out from behind this building. What time we got now? 10:15 o'clock. 10:15 o'clock. Oh, damn. Hey, how you doing, Chevy 5-Speed? Sorry, the chat was busted. Last message I got was from Fred. He said molds. Sorry, the chat was busted. That friend I mentioned who's lost a fortune gambling and tried $100 a day trading thing, obviously didn't work for him. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Like, you don't want to rely on it, but if you can look at the chart on a weekly basis, you can look at it on the week. You know, like if you zoom out a little bit, you ought to be able to see, like, okay, yeah, it went down for the last 2 weeks. It'll surprise me if it doesn't come back up. You know, like, this is okay. It went down for the last 2 weeks. This is a good time to buy back into it. You know, like, oh, it had a really, really good week. Like, it went up 4 out of the 7 days this week. Okay, you know, I'm gonna go ahead. I'm gonna sell, right? You know, like, you look at it on a week basis, sort of, and then even scoop $100 out of it. You know, or hell, you could scoop $300-400 on a good trade. You made a whole week's pay. You stack that, either leave it up on top of your portfolio, you know, keep layering it on itself, or you can withdraw it and withdraw a week's pay, you know, buy back in, get the same decimal of the stock that you had, because now you can buy stocks in decimals, that's cool. You know, that wasn't a thing until crypto. You couldn't buy decimals of stocks. Can you find a little shack house somewhere that doesn't? If it's an option, it's already taken, man. Like, that's what I want to do. I'm trying to build a little shack house situation for myself. Like there's 1-bedroom apartments you can rent. There's no 1-bedroom apartment I could buy or lease. Get like a 20-year lease on this apartment or something, or I don't know, like. Because that's really all I need. It's like just a little 1-bedroom house, but it's 1 bedroom. Not, you know, like literally just like a living room, kitchen, living room, bedroom split by a wall, and then kitchen, bathroom, closet, sort of. You know, that's all I need. Like the smallest little kitchen, because I'm really not even going to use it too much. You know, just a kitchen big enough to boil pasta in. You know. And then, like, the bathroom, if there's a washer and dryer built right into the bathroom, would be sweet, you know, because then you could just, your dirty clothes hamper, all that shit would be right there at the bathroom. You'd take your clothes off to get a shower and throw your clothes in the dirty clothes hamper, or literally right into the wash machine, because it's, like, right there in the bathroom. You know what I mean? Washer and dryer, the bathroom big enough that there's a tub. You know, because some days you come home from work and, you know, me at least, I want to, you know, like, I can't afford a hot tub, but I can at least fill up my tub with hot water and, you know, soak in that for a minute. You know what I mean? Referring to credit card companies. In 1970s, union workers were 30% of the workforce. Now 10%. We're all service workers now. Sort of. Yeah, we're all kind of in the service industry. Either you're in the military or you're in the service industry. Or there's another one. Military service industry is 35% of medical. But yeah, it's like 33. It adjusted a little bit, you know, but yeah, 30, 40, 30 or something, you know. But yeah, probably 40% military, 30% service industry, 30% medical field. Probably something like that. And even lawyers are technically in the service industry, though. You know what I mean? So yeah, it's like lawyers are service industry. You know, waitress staff, that's service industry. Running a business, like say you're a pressure washer or a tree cutter guy, that's service. You're providing a service. You know, so like pretty much everybody fits in the service industry unless you're doing something in the medical field or you're in the military. Yeah. But yeah, it's like, that's pretty much just the way I see it. It's just like, you know. Catch you next time. Gotcha, man. See you later, Fred. Chevy 5-speed. Hi there. How are you doing? Gas is 428 here. It went down a little bit and came back up. Yeah. How was house sitting? It was all right. Hung out, jumped in the pool a couple days. Got my laundry done. Took advantage of getting a shower. Not too bad. I mean, pretty much just like you'd think, man. I didn't sleep well the night I had to leave. That first night I didn't sleep. That's why I made that video, that insomnia video, because I couldn't sleep. So I was like, well, let me make a video, because you know people are asking me like, what do you do? You know, like we want to see more of like what you do to kind of, you know, get through your like your routine and shit. You know, like what do you do? So I was thinking that was a perfect opportunity. I was like, well, it's a sleepless night. Well, let me make a video of just what I do on a sleepless night. You know, because I'm sure people have thought that. You know, I don't think anybody's like asked me that as a direct question. Like, what do you do when you sleep in your car and you got a night where you can't actually sleep? You know, it's like, well, just, you gotta look for a time consumer then. You know, just look for a time consumer. Just whatever time consumer you got. Download a new game on your phone or something, you know? Fucking whatever. And fucking find some game on your phone. Find a, you know, phone game and like look at it for 10 hours, and before you know it, you're ready to go to sleep. You know, eventually you're gonna sleep. It's not quite the dream, but it's, you know, it's better than any other nightmare. Like I said, I don't know, it'd be nice if, you know, my dad had a company and then I already knew what I was going to do before I left high school. I was going to work for Dad with his company, and then, you know, I'm going to work for Dad with his company for about 10 years and end up taking the company from Dad, or like you buy it from him. You know what I mean? It would have been nice if that could have been my life, but my dad was a dishwasher, so I'm just glad to not have to be washing dishes, you know? Small improvements. I don't know. I'm not trying to be mean or point. I'm not trying to, like, I don't know. I'm trying to be a dick towards anybody if that was what happened. But I don't know. Like, I was talking to a lady when I was looking at, like, housing here recently, and I was talking to a lady that was working at the bank. And the lady working at the bank, she just like couldn't help but brag about her son. And like, oh yeah, my son's 19 and he just closed on his house about 3 months ago. And I'm thinking in my head, I'm like, yeah, it must be nice. You know, your mom works at the bank, and then daddy probably got you a job. So you got something where, you know, it shows on your taxes that you're making some kind of, you know, astronomical amount of money for a 19-year-old. And then, you know, mommy and daddy probably helped you out. You didn't have to save 20% to put down on it either. Mommy and daddy did that for you. You know, so mommy works at the bank. She was able to she found some lender, you know, through going the extra mile, you know, co-signing for you on it and everything as well. But yeah, I mean, it is nice though. He's starting to you start paying on a mortgage at 19, you know, like, you know, he's like 10 years ahead of anybody else, ultimately. You know what I mean? Like, you know, and then a lot of times you're making out the mortgage payment's kind of cheaper than the rent because you assume all responsibility, you know. But yeah, a lot of times you save a couple $100 to be paying a mortgage on the same place you could be renting. So yeah, he's like, it's like the other people, you know, and I don't know the whole situation. He could have, like, literally, he could have been saving money from, like, as a 5-year-old, you know, saving money to put down on a house or something. And maybe grandma put that in his head or something. Like, oh yeah, do a piggy bank for your down payment for your house one day, you know. You know, so maybe, I don't know what the whole situation was, but I'm like, still, I'm like, the lady at the bank bragging to me about it. I'm like, come on, lady, like, fuck, dude, like, yeah, like, I ain't been out here fucking struggling and fucking rolling around in the dirt too, you know? Nice to see somebody gets the fucking easy ride, I guess. It's cool, it's still an option. Dude, are you literally just gonna sit there? Wow. I guess I'm going left then. Gotcha. Alright, dear. I appreciate you popping in. I had to talk to you for a minute. I was wondering, I was like, man, I hope I didn't piss him off. I was like, I don't know. Maybe I was singing that song too much, but I was like, I'm sure if it pissed him off, I think he would have told me, hey, stop singing about my mom. Jerry's mom has got it going on. Yeah. Oh, whoa. God damn, where are y'all even coming from? It's too late at night. What the hell? Where are y'all going? Is this coming out of the Amazon factory or something? What the fuck? Where did all this traffic come from? This has got to be from like Amazon or FedEx or something. Holy shit. Look at these people. Look at the way they're driving and shit. You can't even... I should have flipped the camera earlier. The road was like dead. The road was like dead. You know what I mean? I'm like the only car going this direction. And then all of a sudden, boom, here's like 10 other cars all around me. I'm like, what the fuck? Everybody's like speeding, zigzagging around each other and shit. The road was like dead. There's another like 6 cars behind me still. They ain't figured out how to go around me yet. I'm just trying to cruise, man. It's fucking after 10 o'clock at night. Fucking, this is when you go 35 down this road. Like, man, all these people must be getting out of the Amazon factory or something. What the fuck? We all get off the same shift, coming out of the same warehouse. That's what it be sometimes too, man. A warehouse letting out. Everybody going home the same direction. Yeah, you can call an emo person goth, but don't call a goth person emo. I'm telling you. Don't do it. Alright? Just don't even do it. But yeah, man, people tipped better on Tuesday than they did on Friday. What the fuck? But no, yeah, you'll notice a little bit at the end of the month. Yeah, the end of the month, you'll notice it'll dry up a little bit. That's what it was this last weekend. I could have probably even made more, but it like died, man. Like I'm saying, it's like I made up to 500, and then Dash stopped sending me orders. Made it to 500. I was logged in for like another 3 days and only made like another 140. I was like, what the fuck? It's like, damn. Like they were trying to spread the money around or something. That's what I think it was. Which I get it. It's fair. Whatever. It's like I needed every other driver to be active on an order, and then, you know, so there'd be enough orders that there was still an order for them to give me one. Alright. I'm gonna find a place to sleep for the night. I don't know where. Maybe up there. Kind of want to go out to there, but Wednesday, I gotta stay over here. Stay over this way for more Wednesday orders over here. And make some more money out of Wednesday. And stay somewhere over here on this side of town. Maybe I'll sleep over here at Copperleaf. You gotta be worried about just like Copperleaf. This is the final, what did it say? Something about final opportunity. Like they're selling homes in here fast. All these homes are going quick. They're going from $200,000 under $300,000. These homes right here. But they're going fast, man. They got them already. You know, I got a couple. There's a cop. We got, you know, police and sheriff. You know what I mean? Because there's like a city police and a county sheriff. Both of them living right here on the main road, right next door to each other. You pull in the very first neighborhood. You got like a cop pretty much right there at the front of the neighborhood, kind of like, you know, like a guard right there at the front of the neighborhood. He lives there. You know what I mean? Like anything weird going on, the cop's definitely, you know, he's got like a special ear and eye for it. You know what I mean? Whether he's, you know, he's probably watching to some extent. You know, they're real big on surveillance and all that shit. You know what I mean? So you got a cop, both a cop and a sheriff deputy, right there at the front of the neighborhood. And then, pretty much, yeah, these houses, they're going for under $300,000. They're out here. But they're selling quick, man. They're going quick. As you can see, man, this was all woods. This was all thick wood. Another police officer lives there. That's good. But then the sad part is, man, is you got the police officers, man, they got a normal ass house. You know what I mean? They got the basic white bitch house. But you're a police officer. You're literally getting shot at. You go to work and get the opportunity to get shot at because you're a police officer, and then you only get the same quarters that everybody else gets. You know what I mean? Kind of doesn't really add up. You should almost be, you know, like this is middle class. This is mid-middle class. You not necessarily that you should be upper middle. I don't know. It's kind of weird. It's just I don't know where I'm going with that. Oh, I think it's more dangerous than that, man. Like since even before George Floyd and shit. You know what I mean? Like it's been all kind of weird. Even as a black sheriff's deputy, I bet it's kind of little. I bet it's a little bit easier being a black dude It's, you know, if you're a black dude, it's a police officer, you're probably doing all right. Like, you know what I mean? You probably, but even, it was probably still better before George Floyd shit, you know, and I bet, like, I wish I was black so I could say more, you know what I mean, and then it'd be taken to heart better, you know what I mean? Because I don't know, it's really, like, I hope when I die, I hope reincarnation's real, but at the same time, I don't have to come back to Earth. I hope maybe there's another planet where we're all just one color, whatever you want to call humans on that planet, or Earthlings, because they wouldn't be Earthlings, you know what I mean? It's not Earth, it's another planet. But it would be cool, because I think, you know, who knows? I think maybe God, there could be another planet where they're just all one color, you know what I mean? Like, then you wouldn't have to, like, half of the world's problems wouldn't exist on that planet. You know, it's a crazy thing to think about, but I don't know, man. I guess it's just something crazy to think about. I don't know. And we're just all, like, on a planet, we're just all one color, which they're trying to do here. Sort of, it looks like, you know what I mean, they're just trying to make everybody some kind of like light brown. Which I don't really care either way. Like, it doesn't, you know what I mean? Like, if I can get a couple kids out in the bitch, you know what I mean, and hopefully, like, you know, hopefully 3, putting more into the system, you know, it takes 2 people, you know, and like there's the birth rate, we're on kind of a decline and all that, and you know, if I can get 3 kids out this bitch, I don't really fucking care what color they come out, you know, doesn't really matter. As long as they're not monsters, they don't end up being fucking meth heads. I'd rather have a stripper daughter than a meth head son. You know what I mean? Yeah, at least the stripper daughter is making like $20K a month. The meth head son would be stealing shit out of my van. More dangerous to be a carpenter. I mean, I guess. But yeah, I guess it depends what you're doing for the police force too. If you're just, you know, there's a lot of desk jobs in the police force. People just sitting watching a bunch of cameras. But yeah, man, this wouldn't be a bad neighborhood. I could totally put on some rollerblades and fucking cruise up and down the fucking pavement around here. Hell yeah. Yeah, traffic cop. That's the way to do it. Like, almost wish there was a position in between the police and citizens for traffic. Like, you know, like there'd be a traffic operations unit or something, or whatever you want to call it, you know, special traffic operations special force, you know, or whatever. But like it's a civilians basically, but they have almost the, you know, not quite the power of the police, but they are, you know, government, you know, it's a government office type of thing to, you know, make it easier on the police force. Even you got citizens that are willing to be your traffic cops, basically, right? And it'd be like a line of justice in between civilians and the police. There's like a whole nother line of justice there that are specifically for traffic infractions only. They don't search. They don't have any grounds to search. You know what I mean? But they can pull you over to give you a ticket for parking, or give you a ticket for speeding, running a stop sign, not using your turn signal, just basic traffic infractions. But that's like, literally, that's all they can do. They just do traffic, just like people that write tickets for parking. People that are, parking meter maid, or whatever you want to call them. Parking enforcement. But you can literally just be traffic enforcement. You're not the police. You know what I mean? But that's what I would do. That'd be my job. And you don't have to deal with all the shit that police deal with, but then you still be like writing tickets when people are doing dumb shit in fucking traffic. Like, oh, I got you on camera. I'm gonna give you a ticket. Anyway, I gotta go. I'll be live again tomorrow. It's been fun hanging out. About 5 hours I've been live now, hanging out, talking. And I'm gonna find a place to chill, try to find a place to relax and get a nap for the night. I got one place in my mind, but I was just there last night. I don't think it's a good idea to go there 2 nights in a row. So, I've got another place in my mind. I'll show you where it's at. So the other place I got in my head, that's where I'm basically on my head to here in a minute. I'll cut the live stream before I even start driving that way. I'm hoping it should be fine. It should be fine. It's fine. It's a good spot. It really is. 82 degrees out there right now. It's currently 10:41 p.m. on Tuesday night. But yeah, I'll probably get up. I don't know. Like, I want to get a shower. Part of me is like, yeah. So I probably need one in the morning either way. I sweat while I sleep. So I'm gonna wake up in the morning like, in a pool of sweat, be needing a shower, whether I get a shower right now or not. Still kind of gonna wake up and need a shower. I know, because I live it. So I'm just gonna make the decision. Just gonna go ahead and get a shower in the morning. Cause I'll need a shower in the morning either way. Sometimes, you know what I mean. Sometimes I go ahead and I get the shower at night, and then I say, well, fuck it. I'm just gonna go through the day stinking. I did shower last night. But I know, it's like I know, whatever. Morgan and Morgan for the people.